Welcome back. Tonight we quietly wander through the velvet-draped corridors of the Holy Roman Court, a world where silk gowns brushed the floor, golden chandeliers flickered softly in the dim light, and the bedchamber was far more than just a place for sleep. In this space, every gesture, every word spoken in the dark had a weight that rippled through the fabric of power itself. Beneath the luxurious canopies, away from the watchful eyes of the public, intimate conversations about politics, marriage, and empire unfolded. The royal bedchamber wasn't simply a private retreat. It was a sanctuary, a theater, and sometimes even a battleground. The people who entered these sacred spaces weren't just servants, lovers, or close family. They were often political pawns, ministers in disguise, and figures who influenced the course of history. When the emperor lay down to sleep, the fate of the empire could still be at stake, depending on the whispers that floated between the sheets. You might not survive this journey through velvet curtains and whispers of royal secrets, but don't worry, we're in it together. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Feel free to share where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. I always love hearing from you. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. We begin in the royal bedchamber, where so much of courtly life was decided in the quietest of moments. To walk into such a space in the Holy Roman Empire was to cross an invisible line between the public and the private. As the emperor settled into his bed at the end of the day, there was no telling how history could be altered by the conversations that took place behind the closed doors of this sacred space. It was here, away from the crowds, that significant decisions were made, alliances forged, and perhaps most intriguingly, where the subtle art of pillow talk shaped the future of an empire. Historians still argue over how much influence personal interactions in the bedchamber had on official court decisions. Was the emperor's wife perhaps shaping his policies as they whispered under the soft linens? Or were the midnight confidences of his closest advisors more significant than we realize? One thing is certain, these bedchamber conversations weren't just idle chit-chat. They were laced with power, ambition, and sometimes the fate of entire kingdoms. We now move from the grandiose exterior of the court to the very heart of it, the bedchamber. For royalty, this was no simple place of rest. It was sacred, filled with meaning far beyond the comfort of a soft pillow. Every detail mattered, from the type of bed they slept in, to the way the room was arranged, to the rituals followed when one entered it. It wasn't just where the emperor lay down his head, but where secrets were shared, plans were made, and empires were quietly manipulated. The bedchamber was more than just a place to sleep in the Holy Roman Empire. It was an intricate dance of privacy and power, where both sacred rituals and mundane routines intertwined. Imagine the soft creak of the door closing behind you, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows across the ornate tapestries that lined the walls. The room, lavishly appointed with silks and velvets, was a place where the emperor could retreat from the public eye, but even here the eyes of the empire often lingered just beyond the curtain. For royalty, the bedchamber had a profound spiritual and symbolic significance. It wasn't just about rest, it was a space that conveyed power and influence. The bed itself was often the centerpiece, elaborately designed with a canopy draped in the richest fabrics, velvet brocade, or sometimes even gold-embroidered silk. Beds were not merely functional. They were statement pieces reflecting the emperor's power and the imperial status that came with it. The more elaborate the bed, the greater the statement about the emperor's authority and wealth. The bed was, in a sense, his throne in the privacy of his most intimate moments. In fact, the bed became symbolic of the emperor's reign. Historians still argue whether the emperor's choice of a bed or even his posture while resting was more than just personal preference. Could a ruler's bed be used as a subtle indicator of their reign's strength or weakness? Some suggest that certain designs of beds, often the most elaborate, may have been a reflection of a more assured and powerful reign, while simpler beds stripped of excess may have symbolized a ruler trying to convey humility or a weakening authority. Regardless of the subtle symbolism, the bed was unquestionably a symbol of a ruler's control, not just over his own domain, but over the perception of his rule. It's important to note that the bedchamber was also a space for ritual. The way a ruler entered or exited his bedchamber, the order of undressing the moments before sleep, all adhered to a strict set of etiquette. The ceremonial process of undressing in front of trusted attendants, for example, was no simple task. It was a way of reinforcing trust, vulnerability, and control in an otherwise private act. While the emperor might have had a chambermaid or trusted servant undress him, it was also a ritualized act of delegation, reminding everyone that even the most intimate acts were part of a larger political and social framework. Beyond the rituals of entering and undressing, the bedchamber was also the site of a quiet yet powerful form of diplomacy. As the emperor lay beneath his silken covers, pillow talk was not reserved solely for matters of the heart. Conversations that happened in the shadows between whispered words and gentle movements could shape the fate of empires. Historians debate whether certain crucial political decisions, alliances, marriages, and even wars were influenced more by the informal discussions that took place in the royal bedchamber than by formal diplomatic channels. In some cases, the most important treaties or military strategies may have been agreed upon after hours in the flickering light of the chamber's solitary candles. In many ways, the intimacy of the bedchamber turned it into a space where one's power could be both reaffirmed and subtly tested. The king's most trusted advisors were often the ones who had the privilege of stepping into this space, invited by the monarch or empress to discuss matters of utmost importance. It was often in the warmth of the bedchamber that political affairs could be discussed freely without the constraints of public court ceremonies. Similarly, the empress, who might have been excluded from the formal political arena during the day, often wielded her influence within the confines of the bedchamber. Her intimate knowledge of the emperor's thoughts and decisions made her a key player in the unfolding political drama. Historians still argue whether these pillow talk conversations truly held the power to influence decisions at the highest levels, or if they were more ceremonial than impactful. Were these discussions truly shaping the political landscape, or were they merely a means of reinforcing power through intimacy and shared knowledge? Regardless, the bedchamber's role in the delicate dance of courtly diplomacy cannot be overstated. It was, after all, where the emperor, empress, and their closest confidants could maneuver without the scrutiny of public eyes. As you lie here tonight, think about the layers of history that might have unfolded beneath the cover of silence in royal bedchambers. There, in that intimate space, rulers were not just planning their empire's future, they were negotiating power in the most vulnerable human of settings. All this hidden away in the dim, quiet corners of the Holy Roman Court. Now that we've entered the sacred space of the royal bedchamber, let's take a closer look at the rules and rituals that governed the very act of entering it. Much like the carefully orchestrated dance of court etiquette, the process of entering a monarch's bedchamber was far from a simple matter. It was a performance one that required precise understanding of one's position in the social hierarchy and a respect for the rituals that surrounded royal privacy. For courtiers, servants, and guests, knowing the appropriate way to approach the bedchamber was a matter of both etiquette and political acumen. First, imagine this. You've been summoned to the emperor's private space. You are not just walking into a room, you are entering a realm of sacred ritual reserved only for those who have earned the right to cross this threshold. The emperor's bedchamber was a place of ritualized privacy, and entering it wasn't simply about proximity. It was about respect, deference, and knowing your place within the court's intricate social structure. The emperor's bedchamber was more than a personal space, it was a symbol of his power and authority, and to enter it was an honor. But it was also a moment fraught with expectation. Historically, the rules for entering a royal bedchamber were clear and strict. Only those who were granted permission could approach. Even attendants and servants had specific times when they could enter or leave the room. The emperor's private chamber was in many ways a realm unto itself, and access to it was often highly restricted. Only the closest members of the royal household trusted servants. Family members and advisors were allowed to enter the space freely. For everyone else, access was regulated. Court protocol required that those seeking an audience with the emperor in his private chamber first be announced by a servant or a trusted official. Upon entering, they were expected to bow or kneel, paying homage to the ruler before addressing him. Interestingly, while the emperor's privacy was carefully guarded, the bedchamber was also the site of political maneuvering. The emperor, even in his most vulnerable and private moments, was often surrounded by advisors, military commanders, and ministers who were there not just to provide service, but to ensure the imperial decisions were carried out, even behind the closed doors of the bedchamber. These advisors were expected to remain close, keeping watch over the ruler as he rested. After all, in a court as powerful and unpredictable as the Holy Roman Empire, no moment could be left to chance, and political intrigues often began or continued right there beneath the royal covers. Historians still debate how much this practice truly influenced court politics, with some arguing that while political discussions did take place in the bedchamber, these moments were more symbolic than substantial. Were these discussions crucial in shaping the empire's direction? Or were they simply another reflection of the immense respect and authority given to the emperor even in private? Despite this scholarly debate, one thing remains clear. The bedchamber was far from a purely private, restful space. It was a microcosm of the empire's politics, with its own set of formalities and codes. But what about those who were not in positions of power? What were the expectations for common courtiers or servants who needed to enter the emperor's bedchamber? They too had to follow a set of intricate rules. The manuals of court etiquette suggested that even the way a servant presented themselves in the royal bedchamber could be seen as a reflection of their loyalty and devotion. Proper decorum had to be maintained at all times. The way one entered the distance one stood from the royal bed, and the manner in which they addressed the emperor were all part of an unspoken code of respect that allowed the court to function smoothly. The bedchamber was a space where the boundaries between personal privacy and public duty blurred, and each movement within it spoke volumes about the social and political structures at play. The rituals surrounding the entrance into the royal bedchamber also extended to the empress, who held her own unique position within the court. The empress's entry into the bedchamber was just as carefully monitored, and her role in the space was more than symbolic. As the emperor's most trusted confidant, the empress's position in the bedchamber was one of authority. She was often the one who held sway in these intimate spaces, offering counsel, guiding decisions, and even making strategic decisions that would impact the realm. However, despite her power, the empress too was bound by the court's etiquette. She had to respect the privacy of her husband and his advisors, and the intricate balance between influence and decorum was constantly maintained. It's also worth noting that during certain rituals, especially when the emperor was meeting with foreign dignitaries or engaging in high-level negotiations, the bedchamber could be transformed into a diplomatic space. In these cases, the emperor's personal sanctum became a stage for political dialogue with trusted allies and advisors, present offering counsel on matters of war, alliances, and treaties. So while the bedchamber was a space for intimacy and rest, it was also a stage for negotiation, diplomacy, and power play. Historians still debate whether these political engagements in the bedchamber were truly effective. Some suggest that they were just symbolic acts designed to reinforce the emperor's authority and the power of the court. Others argue that these private meetings were some of the most crucial moments in decision-making, often steering the course of history in a way the public eye would never see. Regardless of the scholarly debate, there's no denying that the emperor's bedchamber was a vital site in the delicate dance of royal power, shaping the future of the Holy Roman Empire. As you settle in tonight, think about how a space as seemingly mundane as a bed could hold such power. The emperor's bedchamber wasn't just a place of rest, it was a place of negotiation, where the very future of an empire could be decided in hushed tones. So much of the world's history has been quietly shaped in such private moments, where the rules of engagement were as strict as they were significant. The ritual of entering a royal bedchamber was one thing, but the preparation for such an event, that was a whole different level of complexity. The emperor's bedchamber, as we've seen, wasn't just a private space, it was an extension of the imperial authority. But let's not forget that this room was also deeply personal, where matters of state and matters of the heart could intertwine. As such, what you wore, how you moved, and even how you undressed were all deeply symbolic actions that told a story of power, respect, and status. In the Holy Roman Empire, the attire of both rulers and courtiers in the bedchamber was just as important as their conduct. Imagine stepping into the room and you're not just wearing any robe. You're wearing a fabric that speaks volumes about your position in the court. Fabrics like velvet, silk, and brocade were reserved for the most high-ranking individuals, each thread intricately woven to demonstrate wealth status and influence. And it wasn't just about the clothes themselves, it was about how they were presented. Each garment, each accessory was meant to convey a sense of dignity and grandeur that matched the emperor's authority. When it came to undressing, there was a ritualized precision. This was not just about getting into bed, it was about maintaining decorum even in one's most private moments. The emperor, for example, would often have an attendant or trusted servant to help him undress, and this act was laden with its own significance. Undressing wasn't simply about removing layers of clothing. It was an act of trust. A subtle moment where the emperor, even in his most vulnerable state, demonstrated his power by allowing certain individuals access to his privacy. And yet, it was also an act of humility. The emperor was not above such rituals. He too was bound by the formalities of court life. Historians still argue whether this was a subtle reminder of the emperor's vulnerability or a ritual designed to reaffirm his status by ensuring his privacy was guarded even during such personal moments. For the empress, the rituals surrounding undressing and entering the bedchamber were equally significant. The empress's attire, though perhaps more modest in comparison to the emperor's, was still designed to reflect her royal status. Silk gowns, often embroidered with intricate patterns and jeweled accessories, were common elements of her wardrobe. But her entry into the bedchamber wasn't about flaunting wealth, it was about displaying dignity and reverence. She was the emperor's partner, but she was also a political figure in her own right. And her attire, her movements, and the way she navigated the space of the bedchamber spoke volumes about her influence and authority within the court. Historians often debate whether the royal bedchamber's sartorial choices were a conscious reflection of the emperor and empress's political strategies, or whether they were simply social formalities. Some argue that the manner in which rulers presented themselves in these intimate spaces was indeed a direct reflection of their power dynamics. Subtle but effective displays of influence crafted with the care and precision that would ensure loyalty from their court. Others suggest that these were more personal acts rooted in tradition and the complex emotional bonds that defined royal marriage during this period. Either way, the garments and the rituals surrounding their removal were never without purpose. But clothing wasn't the only thing that mattered in these royal bedchambers. The bed itself, the emperor's and empress's bed, was an essential element of their sovereignty. It was both a practical necessity and a grand symbol of power. Beds were far more than just places for sleeping. They were where life's most private, most intimate conversations occurred, but also where the business of the empire was carried out. The emperor's bed, for instance, was often accompanied by a canopy or luxurious draperies that helped separate the royal couple from the outside world. The bed wasn't just a physical object. It was a symbol of the emperor's authority, a private throne where the emperor could rest, recover, but also discuss matters of state, make decisions, or even receive diplomats, all in the comfort of his own bedchamber. The concept of the bed as a place of authority and power was deeply ingrained in medieval court life. In fact, many historians suggest that the arrangement of the bed and its surroundings were carefully crafted to reflect the emperor's political position. From the luxurious textiles that adorned it to the placement of the bed within the room, everything in the emperor's bedchamber was meant to demonstrate his supreme status. The emperor's bed, often the largest and most ornate in the room, was a reminder that even in moments of rest, the emperor was the center of his empire. But the bed was also symbolic of something else: dynasty and legacy. The royal bedchamber was the space where heirs were conceived, where the next generation of rulers began their journey. The emperor's and empress's relationship within the bedchamber wasn't just a personal one, it was a dynastic partnership that ensured the continuity of the empire. The birth of an heir was a moment of immense political significance, and the bedchamber became a place where personal intimacy and political necessity converged. Yet not every royal bed was a place of quiet contemplation or serene intimacy. The space often held tensions, political pressures, Family expectations and the weight of the empire itself could make the bedchamber a battleground for power. For example, the empress's role in the bedchamber wasn't merely symbolic. It was often deeply entwined with the political landscape of the Holy Roman Empire. Her position could influence decisions about succession alliances and even the empire's foreign policy. Historians still debate the extent to which these dynamics of power were present in every royal relationship of the time. Some argue that the bedchamber was largely a personal space where the monarch's power didn't extend far beyond the velvet drapes. Others suggest that behind those closed doors, the emperor and empress were carefully playing a game of political chess, deciding the future of the empire in the quiet of the night. As you relax tonight, think about the politics that unfolded in these spaces. What once seemed like a place for rest was in fact a setting for the most delicate, most strategic decisions. These intimate spaces weren't just about royal indulgence, they were about power legacy and the future of the Holy Roman Empire. And every thread of silk, every whispered conversation beneath the canopy was part of the intricate fabric that held the empire together. As we continue to explore the holy sanctity and subtle intricacies of the Holy Roman bedchamber, let's shift our focus to the quieter, more secretive side of royal life pillow talk. What may seem like casual conversations between an emperor and his queen, or between trusted advisors and the emperor himself, were often far more than that. These late-night dialogues in the dim candlelight could carry the weight of empire diplomacy and even survival. Here, in the hushed moments before sleep where the room was cloaked in privacy, the emperor's decisions could be influenced just as easily by love and trust as by strategy and negotiation. Pillow talk wasn't just about whispered declarations of affection. While love certainly played its part in the bedchamber, this space also became a venue for subtle political maneuvers. The line between intimate conversation and political strategy was often blurred. In fact, some of the most important decisions in the Holy Roman Empire may have been made in the softest of whispers beneath royal covers. Courtiers, diplomats, and advisors knew that if they wished to influence the emperor's next move, they might find their opportunity in these quiet moments when the empire's most sensitive matters were discussed behind closed doors. Interestingly, many historians debate how much of this power play actually occurred in the bedchamber versus in the more formal chambers of the court. Some argue that the palace's formal halls were where true decisions were made, and the bedchamber's role was purely for personal matters. Others, however, suggest that pillow talk wasn't just idle chatter, but a significant political tool, one that allowed the emperor to hear differing opinions, reaffirm his political relationships, or even form new alliances while at his most vulnerable. After all, in a world where secrecy was paramount, the bedroom provided a safe space for rulers to let down their guard and let confidants speak freely. The empress, though often seen as a figurehead in some court settings, could wield considerable influence in the bedchamber. This was particularly true when it came to matters of succession diplomacy and even the imperial household's internal politics. A well-timed conversation in the privacy of the bedchamber could shape the future of the empire. Imagine a queen gently nudging her husband toward an alliance with a neighboring kingdom, or a trusted advisor gently laying out the strategic risks of a military campaign. All of these delicate negotiations took place away from the public eye, in the dim light of the royal bedchamber where the emperor and his consort had the freedom to deliberate without the scrutiny of courtly factions. In fact, the strategic nature of pillow talk in these courts was so prevalent that it became a key aspect of political life. When an emperor lay down for the night, he wasn't simply retreating from the world's demands. He was engaging in a delicate act of balance, discussing matters of state, family, and loyalty, in one of the few places where his thoughts could remain for the most part private. That is not to say these conversations were entirely free of eavesdropping. Historians speculate that certain court members, from servants to lesser nobles, could often be found eavesdropping at the door or through the curtains, hoping to catch a whisper of something important. Yet even in these moments, secrecy remained a vital part of the emperor's rule. What was said in the bedchamber stayed there, often influencing the decisions that shaped the fate of the empire. The role of pillow talk also extended to the relationships between royal lovers. While the emperor's relationship with his empress was often one of political necessity, the space of the bedchamber was not just where affairs of state were discussed, it was where love was also cultivated, sometimes even used as a tool of diplomacy. Royal lovers, concubines, and even certain high-ranking members of the court often had their own influence in the emperor's decisions. Although these relationships may not always have been openly acknowledged in court circles, their whispered conversations at night could hold just as much weight as official diplomatic meetings. Historians still argue about how much weight these secret discussions truly carried in the broader political landscape. Was the emperor's policy really shaped by what was discussed in the secrecy of his bedchamber? Or were these exchanges merely a ritualized part of court life necessary, but not particularly impactful? Some scholars argue that these moments were significant, but always secondary to more formal political processes. Others suggest that they were of immense importance, acting as the informal yet essential venues where real power shifted hands. Regardless of the debates, what remains clear is that the royal bedchamber, often perceived as a purely private space, played a crucial role in the power dynamics of the Holy Roman Empire. As we reflect on the significance of pillow talk, we see it was not simply about the soft and intimate words exchanged between partners. It was a place where power was negotiated, alliances were solidified, and decisions were made in the quietest, most private of moments. In the end, the bedchamber was as much a realm of power as it was a sanctuary. Here, the lines between public and private blurred, creating a space where the emperor's most important conversations often took place, and where the future of the empire could be subtly shaped under the cover of night. Historians still debate the extent of this influence. Were these pillow talk moments really as important as they seem? Or were they just another part of the courtly ritual, a way to maintain the illusion of control while more formal decisions were made elsewhere? Either way, the bedchamber's role in royal diplomacy was undeniable, and its impact on the Holy Roman Empire's history was far from insignificant. Now that we've examined the whispered conversations of pillow talk in the royal bedchamber, it's time to look at the more formalized aspects of this intimate space where power and strategy were often intertwined. The bedchamber wasn't just a room for soft words, it was a stage for some of the most important political maneuvering in the Holy Roman Court. In the stillness of the night, the bed, an object traditionally associated with rest and privacy, transformed into a powerful symbol of authority and influence. Behind those lavish curtains, discussions about diplomacy, war, and empire took place far removed from the prying eyes of the public. The emperor's bedchamber became a place where critical decisions about the future of the realm were made, often without the formalities and constraints of court protocol. Imagine this. A trusted advisor enters the dimly lit room, bows low, and whispers the latest intelligence updates from the battlefield or recommendations for imperial alliances. Though the emperor may be physically at rest, his mind is still actively engaging with the empire's affairs. The bed becomes more than a place for sleep. It becomes a command center where action is quietly taken and power is carefully managed. In fact, some of the most sensitive issues were often discussed in the bedchamber, where the emperor and his closest advisors could speak freely without fear of public scrutiny. High-stakes negotiations that might have been handled in the imperial throne room during the day would often continue late into the night in these more private settings. This was especially true in moments of crisis when the emperor, away from the formalities of the court, could reflect on advice without the pressure of an audience. These moments, while intimate, were deeply significant in shaping the empire's course. Historians still argue whether this late-night bedchamber diplomacy was truly as impactful as the formal meetings that took place in the daylight hours. Some suggest that such private discussions were merely symbolic, allowing the emperor to appear more accessible and in touch with his advisors. Others, however, argue that these intimate settings played a crucial role in decision-making, providing the emperor with a unique space for reflection and decision without the noise of courtly politics. The secrecy of the bedchamber made it an ideal space for confidential talks where alliances could be formed and plans could be made without the public ever knowing the full extent of the negotiations. At the same time, the royal bedchamber was a stage for the more personal aspects of court life. For the emperor and his empress, the bedchamber represented not just a space for decision-making, but a shared private space where the politics of marriage and empire intersected. Their relationship, although based in both affection and duty, was also intricately tied to the functioning of the empire. Marriages in the Holy Roman Empire were political acts in themselves, and the emperor's relationship with his wife could influence everything from military alliances to the next heir to the throne. The bedchamber, as the space where the royal couple spent a significant amount of time together, became the epicenter of this political union. The role of the empress in the bedchamber in particular cannot be overstated. While the emperor was the public face of power, the empress was often the more discreet power behind the scenes. She wielded considerable influence, especially in her private moments with the emperor. It was within the confines of this intimate space that the empress had the opportunity to persuade her husband, subtly guiding him toward decisions that could align with her own political goals. Whether advising on matters of court or influencing the emperor's decisions on foreign policy, the empress's influence was most powerful when it was quiet and behind closed doors. However, the bedchamber also became a space of competition and tension. Royal lovers, concubines, and even political advisors might find their way into this intimate space, each vying for the emperor's attention and influence. The bedchamber, traditionally a space for rest and closeness, could become a battlefield of loyalty, manipulation, and political scheming. The emperor's affections, though personal, were also political. Who he spent time with and whom he trusted could determine the balance of power at court. This delicate balance of personal affection and political gain was a defining feature of the bedchamber where power dynamics shifted subtly but decisively. Historians still question the exact role that concubines and royal lovers played in the emperor's political decisions, particularly in the privacy of the bedchamber. Some argue that their influence was marginal, that their presence in the bedchamber was merely a reflection of personal desires. However, others suggest that royal lovers had significant sway, particularly in matters of succession or foreign diplomacy. These individuals often had access to the emperor in ways that others didn't. And in an environment where trust was paramount, their proximity to power was not to be underestimated. As the night wore on and the candles flickered low, the bedchamber became the site of not only personal exchanges but also political machinations. It was in these quiet moments when the emperor and his most trusted advisors, or perhaps his empress, lay under the same roof that crucial decisions were made about the empire's future. Though the emperor may have rested his body, his mind never truly rested, constantly engaged with the weight of the realm. Decisions on war-peace alliances and even the fate of key figures within the empire were often decided here in the dim light and shadowed corners of the bedchamber. The influence of these late-night conversations is still a subject of debate among scholars. Some historians argue that the emperor's final decisions, particularly regarding military actions or political appointments, were always made in the grand chambers of the court in public view. Others suggest that the bedchamber as an intimate and private space offered the perfect setting for these decisions to take root away from the watchful eyes of court factions. Either way, it's clear that the bedchamber, far from being just a place for rest, was a significant arena for political power and decision-making. As you settle deeper into this narrative tonight, think about the weight that one's bed, that space meant for rest, could carry in the context of such a powerful empire. What might seem like a simple, everyday space becomes a stage for some of the most important decisions that shaped the course of history. There, in the soft shadows of the royal bedchamber, the fate of nations was decided in whispers, forever altering the empire's future. Now that we've ventured deep into the political and personal dynamics that unfolded in the royal bedchamber, let's shift our attention to another fascinating aspect: the ritualistic and ceremonial role of the emperor's bed. The bed, far from being just a piece of furniture, was a symbol of power, prestige, and legacy. It wasn't merely a place of rest. It was an object around which many aspects of royal life revolved, often reinforcing the emperor's sovereignty. Beds in the Holy Roman Empire, especially those belonging to the emperor, were no simple structures. They were grand and elaborate, often decorated with the finest materials available. Velvet, silk brocade, and gold threads adorned the canopies and draperies. The designs weren't just for show. Each detail had a significance, serving as a reminder of the emperor's immense wealth and authority. The grandness of the emperor's bed symbolized not only his power, but also the grandeur of the empire itself. To lie in such a bed was to assert one's dominion over vast lands, a quiet but powerful statement about imperial strength. In addition to their grandeur, these royal beds often played a significant role in statecraft. The emperor's bed was not merely a place of sleep. It was a space where royal decisions could be affirmed, where the future of the empire could be subtly reinforced. The emperor's position in his bed often mirrored his position in the court. He rested higher than everyone else, and the bed was designed to elevate him both physically and symbolically. It is said that some royal beds were intentionally placed on platforms to give the emperor an elevated perspective, both literally and figuratively, over those who came to visit him in his private space. The bed became a throne in its own right, symbolizing the emperor's status and his unchallenged rule. Historians still debate whether these beds were used intentionally as symbols of the emperor's power. Some argue that they were merely decorative elements designed to impress visiting dignitaries or reflect the personal taste of the emperor. Others suggest that the bed was always seen as a political tool carefully crafted to emphasize the emperor's dominance and royal authority. There is little doubt, however, that the emperor's bed carried immense symbolic weight more than just a place to sleep. It was a physical manifestation of imperial control and grandeur. But beyond the symbolic, the emperor's bed had practical purposes. It was the center of royal life. It wasn't just a space for sleep, but for private meetings, intimate discussions, and sometimes even decision-making. The bed, being the most personal of spaces, often served as a backdrop for confidential talks and strategic planning. It was here in the quiet of night that some of the most sensitive matters of state were discussed. Whether it was an advisor quietly reporting on the latest military developments, or the emperor's confidant suggesting a diplomatic alliance, the emperor's bedchamber was the stage for these critical exchanges. This space, however, wasn't just for the emperor. The empress, as we've seen, had her own ceremonial role to play in the bedchamber, and her presence could sometimes be as politically significant as the emperor's. As the bed itself was a symbol of the emperor's reign, so too was it a symbol of the empress's position. She too had her own power within this space, influencing decisions and serving as an advisor. The empress's position on the bed beside the emperor, or perhaps in a position of equal stature, symbolized the joint nature of their rule. In certain dynasties, the empress could wield considerable influence from this very spot, offering advice supporting policy decisions or even suggesting new directions for the empire. In addition to the political dimensions, the bed was also a site for royal rituals. These rituals ranged from prayer to certain physical practices that were meant to ensure the well-being of the emperor. For example, a royal physician might have been summoned to the emperor's bedchamber at night, where the ruler could receive treatments, remedies, or healing rituals that were believed to maintain his health and vitality. The idea of the emperor being in his bed vulnerable, yet still the supreme authority, was a powerful contradiction. Though he lay in repose, he was always surrounded by attendants, trusted individuals who kept vigil over him. But more than anything, the bedchamber and its furniture represented the delicate balance of power within the Holy Roman Court. The very presence of such an elevated bed suggested that there were invisible boundaries at play. The emperor, above all, elevated, untouchable, and yet still human, still vulnerable in his sleep. The very nature of the bed's design underscored the complexity of the emperor's position. He was the highest authority, but the bed, while a symbol of his dominance, also reminded everyone that he too was human. Even in the most private of spaces, the emperor's bedchamber was a theater where power dynamics were in constant play. It was within these walls that the emperor's most loyal subjects and closest advisors could maneuver for influence. Sometimes these subtle negotiations took place in the very act of undressing an intimate yet politically charged moment. For the emperor to undress in front of trusted confidants was an act of vulnerability. But this act was also a demonstration of control. He could allow others to see him in his most private state without fear, because ultimately he controlled the space. The undressing wasn't just about removing garments. It was about removing layers of public performance, showing the inner workings of royal life while still asserting dominance over those who were allowed access. Historians continue to debate the deeper meaning of these rituals. Were they merely symbolic acts, or did they reveal deeper truths about the relationship between the emperor and his advisors? Some argue that these acts of vulnerability were meant to reinforce the emperor's power over his court, a way of reminding everyone of his supreme authority. Others suggest that the emperor's willingness to share these moments of vulnerability was an acknowledgement of the trust he placed in his closest confidants. As we reflect on the role of the emperor's bed and its importance, it becomes clear that the bedchamber was far more than a place for sleep. It was a nexus of political power, familial influence, and ceremonial duty. Every detail within that space, the bed, the decor, the people who entered, was laden with meaning, carefully crafted to reflect the grandeur of the Holy Roman Empire and the emperor's unchallenged authority. The bed, though central to our understanding of the royal bedchamber, was only one part of a much larger ritual that governed the intimate space. As we continue to peel back the layers of royal life, we must now examine the role of the marriage bed itself, a space that transcended simple romance and became a powerful tool in the politics of the Holy Roman Empire. The marriage bed was not just a symbol of love, it was an arena of power, strategy, and diplomacy. It was here that royal unions were sealed, where future heirs to the throne were conceived, and where alliances were solidified, sometimes in the most intimate of ways. Royal marriages were for the most part not based solely on love. Love, while certainly an element, often took a back seat to political necessity. The marriage bed was a place where two dynasties could merge, where power was shared or contested through the creation of heirs. The act of consummation was more than just a private moment for the couple. It was a public declaration that the marriage had been fulfilled, that the bonds between two powerful families had been solidified. In some cases, the consummation of the marriage was even witnessed, or at least ceremoniously declared, to avoid any doubts about the legitimacy of the union. The importance of the marriage bed in the Holy Roman Empire cannot be overstated. Heirs were everything. The future of the empire rested on the production of a legitimate heir to the throne, and the marriage bed was the setting where that future began. This wasn't simply a personal matter, it was a political one. The royal couple's shared space became the point of origin for the future of the dynasty. The emperor's children were seen not only as heirs to a throne, but as living representations of the union between two great powers. Their birth was an event that rippled throughout the empire, affecting everything from alliances with foreign powers to the internal balance of the court. But the bed also had a darker side, a reminder that even in such private moments, the stakes of royal marriage were high. In a world where succession could be contested and where political enemies were always lurking in the shadows, the legitimacy of a ruler's heirs was never a given. The production of heirs was an ongoing process fraught with tension. Even within the seemingly peaceful walls of the royal bedchamber, there was the constant pressure to ensure that the emperor's bloodline was preserved. Infertility, untimely death, or failure to produce a male heir could destabilize an entire dynasty, leading to political upheaval and, in extreme cases, the collapse of an empire. Historians still debate how often royal marriages were truly consummated for love or were solely focused on procreation and political strategy. Some suggest that love was an idealized component of these unions existing in theory, but not always in practice. In the royal bedchamber, passion and political duty often collided. The act of conception wasn't merely about fulfilling marital obligations, it was a form of power consolidation, a way for the emperor and empress to ensure the future of their rule. The marriage bed became a place where loyalty and legitimacy were both affirmed and contested, where the emperor's right to rule was guaranteed or questioned based on the success of his heirs. But despite the power dynamics in play, there were moments in the bedchamber that transcended politics. The emperor and empress, when not negotiating the terms of an empire, also had to navigate their personal relationship, perhaps the only time in their lives when they could engage with each other away from the public eye. Here in the sanctuary of the royal bed, the formalities of court life were left behind. Whether these moments were filled with genuine affection or were merely strategic performances, historians cannot say for certain. But what is clear is that the marriage bed became both a sanctuary and a battlefield. The dynamics that unfolded there often shaped not only the couple's relationship, but the future of the empire itself. At the same time, the marriage bed's role as a political tool was not limited to the emperor and empress alone. Courtiers, family members, and even foreign dignitaries had a vested interest in the royal bedchamber, as it was the site of critical political events. The conception of an heir could be the subject of much public speculation and gossip. Foreign ambassadors might inquire about the royal couple's fertility as much as they would about their political positions, and families would watch closely for signs of a successful marriage, especially when the birth of an heir was expected. The royal bedchamber became a public stage where the private actions of the couple were intimately tied to the public expectations of the empire. In this sense, the marriage bed wasn't just the site of royal intimacy, it was a theater of political power. The emperor and empress, though they may have shared a private moment, were never fully free from the expectations of the court. Their union, while personal, was never just theirs. It was an act with public implications. A successful marriage, one that produced legitimate heirs, was the foundation upon which the empire stood. The marriage bed, therefore, was not just a place of rest and physical connection. It was a space that held the weight of an empire's future. Historians still argue over the degree to which the emperor's relationship with his empress was influenced by love as opposed to the political obligations of marriage. Were royal unions ever truly about affection, or were they merely diplomatic tools used to maintain and strengthen imperial power? While we may never fully know the answer, the marriage bed remains a fascinating symbol of the intersection between private desires and political realities in the Holy Roman Empire. The bedchamber was where both personal and political power converged, creating a complex web of dynamics that shaped not just individual lives but the course of history itself. As you relax into the evening, reflect on how a simple act laying in bed could hold such weight in the hands of royalty. It wasn't just about comfort or rest. For emperors and empresses, the bed was a place where the future of an empire could be secured or lost with the simple act of conceiving a child. Such is the power of the royal bedchamber, where the personal and the political, the intimate and the strategic are woven together in ways that shaped the fate of nations. As we explore deeper into the royal bedchamber, Let's take a moment to examine the role of the queen in this space. The empress, despite her elevated position, was often a figure shrouded in layers of diplomacy, power struggles, and ceremonial duties. The bedchamber, a place that blended the personal and the political, was where the empress could exert her influence in the most intimate yet strategic ways. Her role was multifaceted. She wasn't just the emperor's wife. She was a key player in the empire's internal and external politics. The empress's authority, especially in the bedchamber, was complex. While she may have been seen as a companion to the emperor, her influence in the court was substantial, particularly in the way she helped manage the delicate balance of power in the Holy Roman Empire. Her presence in the royal bedchamber often symbolized the stability and continuity of the empire. After all, the role of the empress was intrinsically tied to the success of the royal lineage. Her responsibility to produce heirs was critical, but her influence in the politics of the court extended far beyond procreation. When the emperor and empress shared their private moments in the bedchamber, it was here that many political matters were laid bare. The empress, as the emperor's closest confidant, was often privy to the emperor's most guarded thoughts. And although court life might have restricted her actions in public in the privacy of their shared space, she had the opportunity to guide and advise him on key issues ranging from the appointment of officials to matters of foreign diplomacy. The Empress's ability to provide counsel, sometimes even without being formally recognized for it, allowed her to play a crucial role in the empire's governance. This often subtle yet powerful role of the Empress in the bedchamber didn't go unnoticed. In many cases, her guidance shaped the emperor's decisions, and even when she wasn't the official advisor, her influence was felt. Some empresses were highly involved in the running of the empire, taking on a more active role in both governance and the political landscape, while others played a more reserved supportive role. But regardless of their public position, all empresses wielded considerable influence behind the curtains of the royal bedchamber. Historians still argue about the extent of the empress's power in these intimate moments. Was she a true political partner to the emperor, or was her role more symbolic? A reflection of the dynastic power that she represented through her marriage. Some scholars argue that the empress's influence was often overestimated, suggesting that the emperor maintained final authority over all matters of state. Others point to historical instances where empresses actively influenced key decisions, from military strategies to the appointment of advisors, showing that the bedchamber wasn't simply a place of personal intimacy. It was also a stage for imperial decision-making. One fascinating aspect of the Empress's role in the bedchamber was her ability to influence the political landscape through private discussions. The Emperor, in moments of vulnerability, might have trusted his Empress with his most sensitive political concerns. The conversations they shared in this intimate setting often shaped the Emperor's stance on various issues. Whether it was dealing with court intrigues, navigating alliances with foreign powers, or managing tensions within the empire, the Empress had a unique vantage point, one that allowed her to subtly guide the course of the empire's history. For the emperor, the relationship with his Empress was an essential element of his rule. The bedchamber, while a space for personal connection, was also a place where political strategy was reinforced. The emperor knew that his empress's support was crucial, not only for the stability of their marriage, but also for the stability of the empire itself. Their bond, forged in the most personal of spaces, had profound implications for the realm. The emperor's trust in his empress and her role in ensuring the continuity of their dynasty was a cornerstone of the empire's foundation. But not all royal relationships were as harmonious as the one between emperor and empress. In the bedchamber, power dynamics could be tested even within the closest of unions. The emperor's affair with a concubine or the rise of a political rival within the court could shift the delicate balance of power in the bedchamber and, by extension, the empire. In these moments, the bedchamber became a site of tension where loyalty was tested and alliances could shift overnight. These rivalries played out not just in the halls of power, but under the same roof in the spaces that were supposed to be the most sacred and private. Historians still debate the true nature of these rivalries. How much influence did royal concubines really have in the emperor's decisions? Were they simply the emperor's personal indulgences, or did they also play a role in the empire's politics? Some suggest that while concubines held no formal power, their proximity to the emperor gave them a unique opportunity to sway decisions, especially in moments of personal vulnerability. Others argue that these relationships were far more transactional with little impact on the broader political landscape. Regardless, the bedchamber was never free from these complex power struggles. As you lie back tonight, think about the delicate political dance that unfolded in such private spaces. The royal bedchamber, far from being just a place for rest, was a central arena for political maneuvering. It was here that the personal and the political intersected, where decisions made in the softest whispers could shape the future of the empire. Behind those curtains, power was negotiated, alliances were formed, and the fate of kingdoms could be decided. The emperor's bed, his empress by his side, and the quiet conversations they shared were more than just personal. They were the beating heart of the Holy Roman Empire's politics. As we continue our journey into the heart of the royal bedchamber, we now explore the often unseen yet crucial figures that populated this intimate space, the servants, attendants, and the hidden layer of people who were essential in maintaining the rhythm of royal life. While we've discussed the emperor and empress and their role in the empire's grand political theater, the people who worked in the bedchamber were equally important, though less visible. These attendants, often overlooked by history, were the silent enablers of royal comfort. Yet they held influence in their own right. Imagine for a moment the soft shuffle of footsteps in the dark hallway leading to the emperor's bedchamber. The gentle knock on the door followed by the soft murmur of a servant entering the room. While the emperor and empress lay in the privacy of their bed, it was these attendants who ensured that the room remained a space of both sanctuary and function. The royal bed was never simply a place for rest. It was an environment that required constant maintenance and care. A servant's job wasn't just to change the sheets or bring water. They were expected to ensure that everything from the placement of the bed curtains to the temperature of the room was perfect for the emperor's rest. Even the act of entering the room required a careful understanding of the dynamics of power and respect. The servants who worked in the emperor's bedchamber were usually the most trusted members of the household staff. These individuals had intimate access to the emperor and empress, and in a sense their loyalty was as important to the court as that of any noble. Some attendants were responsible for performing small but vital tasks, such as adjusting the canopy or lighting a fire in the hearth before the emperor went to bed. Others might have had more personal roles assisting the emperor in his preparations for rest, ensuring that the bed was made to the exact specifications required. While the emperor may have been the ultimate authority, these servants played an understated role in maintaining the structure of the court. Historians still debate the true significance of these servants in the royal court. Were they mere pawns tasked with fulfilling the mundane duties of royal life? Or did they hold a subtle power of their own? Some argue that their position in the royal bedchamber afforded them a unique perspective on the emperor's private life, and as such, they may have played a key role in influencing certain decisions. They were, after all, the ones who were closest to the emperor in his most vulnerable and personal moments. Others suggest that these servants were simply functional members of the court, fulfilling duties with no real influence over the political decisions of the empire. However, one thing is clear: despite their invisibility in the grand political narrative, these servants were crucial to the functioning of the royal bedchamber. Their role was indispensable, especially in the context of such a highly regulated and symbolic space. If one were to think of the royal bedchamber as a stage, the emperor and empress were the actors, but the servants were the unseen stagehands, ensuring that everything went smoothly behind the scenes. The role of chambermaids in particular was often steeped in both intrigue and influence. These women were typically entrusted with highly personal tasks such as helping the empress undress or assisting in her personal care. They were in many cases the most intimate attendants to the royal couple, and while their role may have been primarily domestic, their proximity to the royal family often allowed them to observe and even influence the mood of the court. In a world where power was often conveyed through subtle gestures, these servants had a unique advantage. They were the ones who knew the emperor's and empress's temperaments, the ones who could observe the smallest of gestures, the faintest hint of displeasure. It was not uncommon for these servants to be used as informants by nobles or factions within the court, who sought to gain favor with the emperor. While their role was officially that of caretakers in practice, many of these attendants became the eyes and ears of powerful figures who were looking for an edge. Historians still argue over how often these servants actively participated in the intrigues of the court, whether they were merely pawns in a larger game or if they possessed a degree of influence that allowed them to subtly steer the course of events. Some argue that these individuals were vital cogs in the wheel of imperial politics, while others suggest they were caught in a power struggle far beyond their control. In the royal bedchamber, however, their importance was undeniable. Their presence underscored the delicate balance between personal life and political authority. The emperor may have ruled the empire, but without the careful attention of these servants, his private space would have been less of a sanctuary and more of a burden. In some ways, the servants who worked in the emperor's bedchamber ensured that the emperor remained untouched by the ordinary demands of life, allowing him to focus on what really mattered: governing his empire, making decisions, and maintaining his power. Yet as we look back on the role of these servants, it's easy to forget the nuance of their daily lives. Though they were often in the background, these individuals were central to the functioning of the bedchamber, and in many ways they represented the quiet strength of the royal court. The bedchamber itself, seemingly a space dedicated to privacy, rest, and personal relationships, was in reality a microcosm of the entire empire. And in this space, the servants, with their quiet attentiveness, played a vital role in maintaining the balance of power. As you drift off tonight, consider the seemingly small figures who were vital to the operation of the empire. The royal servants, often unacknowledged by history, held an essential position in ensuring that the emperor's bedchamber remained a space where both political and personal matters could unfold in delicate harmony. Their attention to detail, their quiet presence, and their ability to move through the shadows of the court ensured that history was not just made in the grand halls, but also behind the closed doors of the royal bed. We've already touched upon the quiet yet crucial role of servants and attendants in the royal bedchamber, but now it's time to look at the more formalized and at times ceremonial aspects of the royal sleeping arrangements. While the emperor may have been the central figure in the bedchamber, this space was rarely ever just his alone. It was a microcosm of the court itself where the lines between personal and political were often blurred. And just as the emperor's bed was a symbol of his power and authority, the rituals that surrounded the act of sleep were steeped in tradition and custom. One of the most interesting aspects of royal sleeping arrangements was the attention given to the emperor's privacy. The bedchamber was not simply a place for rest. It was a carefully constructed space that reinforced the emperor's status as the supreme ruler. The room, often lavishly decorated with intricate tapestries, sumptuous rugs, and of course the finest of beds, was designed to reflect the grandeur of the emperor's reign. But more than just a symbol of wealth, the bedchamber was also a fortress, a place that allowed the emperor to withdraw from the chaos of courtly life and retreat into his own private world, one where he could make decisions reflect on his reign or simply escape the pressures of the empire, even if just for a moment. Interestingly, royal sleep was not meant to be entirely solitary. It was common for the emperor to have a number of attendants, servants, and advisors within close proximity, even in the most private moments of rest. The bedchamber's design often included a space for trusted individuals to remain close by, ready to attend to the emperor's needs or provide counsel at any moment. This arrangement might seem a bit intrusive by modern standards, but in the context of the Holy Roman Empire, it made perfect sense. The emperor's life was constantly under threat, and maintaining close access to advisors and loyal servants ensured that the emperor's safety and authority were never compromised. In fact, the emperor's sleep was sometimes interrupted not by the need for rest, but by the needs of the empire. The bedchamber was where significant conversations were held, often long after the formal court had adjourned for the day. An advisor could slip into the emperor's private quarters at any time, bearing urgent news about military matters, political intrigue, or diplomatic crises. These late-night visitors were usually chosen for their trustworthiness, as the bedchamber was a space where discretion was paramount. Yet the very fact that such decisions could be made in the quiet of the night speaks to the delicate balance between the emperor's personal life and his imperial duties. Historians often debate the extent to which these private nighttime interactions influenced the decisions made by the emperor the following day. Were these midnight councils genuinely impactful, or were they more symbolic of the emperor's control over his empire? Some scholars argue that the emperor's immediate decisions were often based on these late-night discussions, while others suggest that the emperor used the privacy of his bedchamber to deliberate weighing various options before making his choices in public. What remains clear, however, is that these nighttime interactions were an integral part of the emperor's daily life, and they reinforce the concept that the emperor's duties never truly ended even when he was resting. Moreover, the presence of servants in the bedchamber extended beyond simply attending to the emperor's personal needs. These individuals played a vital role in maintaining the rituals of royal life. Their duties went beyond the practical. They were also caretakers of royal tradition, ensuring that the proper ceremonies and rites were followed. For instance, certain nights may have required specific rituals or offerings to the emperor's ancestors or to divine forces, and the servants would be responsible for organizing these sacred observances. In this way, the bedchamber became a space of both personal and spiritual significance. It wasn't just the emperor and his closest confidants who understood the importance of these rituals. Nobles and members of the royal family too knew that the emperor's bedchamber was a space of immense power. Sometimes those with political aspirations would seek entry into this private space either directly or through their trusted servants. The tension between personal privacy and political intrigue was always present, with the bedchamber acting as a battleground for influence, loyalty, and authority. The emperor's choice of who could remain close to him while he slept was not just a matter of personal preference, it was a political decision that reinforced alliances and separated rivals. Historians still argue whether these bedtime rituals and the arrangements of the emperor's bedchamber were more reflective of ceremonial pomp than real political power. Some suggest that these rituals, though elaborate, were largely symbolic, a way of asserting the emperor's status without any real impact on the day-to-day decisions of the empire. Others argue that these rituals, in their quiet yet constant presence, reinforce the emperor's authority, ensuring that his reign was seen as legitimate, secure, and divinely sanctioned. Either way, the rituals surrounding sleep in the emperor's bedchamber played a vital role in reinforcing the structure of the Holy Roman Empire. Beyond the ceremonial and political aspects of the emperor's bed, we also have to consider the more personal aspects of sleep in the Holy Roman Empire. As we've discussed, royal life was filled with tension, both political and personal, and the bedchamber was one of the few places where the emperor could retreat from the pressures of empire. Here, in the quietest of moments, the emperor could reflect on the course of his reign, contemplate personal matters, or share more private moments with his empress. The emperor's relationship with his empress, especially in the bedchamber, was one of profound complexity. While their union was often a political necessity, there were also personal elements that played a role in their relationship. The bed, a symbol of their shared power, was also a space where intimacy and affection could be expressed, even if only in the most subtle of ways. As we've already discussed, the royal bedchamber was not just a place for personal matters, but a space where politics and intimacy merged. And in the quiet moments before sleep, the emperor and empress could engage in a form of communication that was often more powerful than the most formal of court rituals. As you settle into the comfort of your own bed tonight, think about the way the emperor's bed was more than a place to sleep. It was a stage, a space, and a powerful symbol of the empire. The rituals, the servants, The quiet political decisions all intertwined in the privacy of that sacred space. The emperor's bed was the heart of his reign, where the personal and the political could never truly be separated. Having explored the intricate rituals, personal dynamics, and political strategies within the royal bedchamber, it's now time to turn our attention to the more sensory and symbolic aspects of the space, the decor, the furnishings, and the little details that turn the emperor's bedchamber into not just a private room, but a powerful statement of imperial authority. Every item in the room, from the bed itself to the tapestries on the walls, was carefully chosen to reinforce the emperor's wealth, power, and the sanctity of his rule. The bed itself, of course, was the most important piece of furniture. It wasn't just a place for the emperor to sleep, it was a symbol of his reign, a stage for the most intimate and important moments of his life. The bed was often elaborately decorated with golden thread woven into the fabric of the sheets and covers, and embroidered patterns of royal crests or symbols of power. The frame of the bed might be made from the finest wood, carved with intricate designs or adorned with precious metals. But the bed wasn't just for show, it was a piece of functional art designed to make the emperor feel both secure and elevated. Tucked under the heavy velvet canopy, the emperor's bed often reflected his personal taste as well as his political status. The colors of the fabrics chosen for the room were significant, with rich royal colors like deep purples, reds, and golds used to create an atmosphere of opulence and grandeur. These colors weren't just for decoration. They were deliberately selected to reinforce the emperor's divine right to rule. Purple, for instance, was historically associated with royalty and power, while gold represented the emperor's unchallenged authority. Even the position of the bed within the room was a carefully considered decision. The emperor's bed was often placed in a central position, allowing him to survey the entire room from his resting place. The design of the room, with its elaborate curtains and draperies, was meant to ensure that the emperor felt not only powerful, but protected. The room was both a sanctuary and a stage for political maneuvering. In the event of an emergency, the emperor could retreat into the privacy of this space, but the space itself was designed to reflect his central role in the empire. The way the room was arranged reinforced the idea that even in his most private moments, the emperor remained the focal point of the court's attention. The bedchamber's decor wasn't limited to just the bed, of course. The walls, too, were carefully decorated with tapestries that often depicted scenes of imperial power battles, victories, and allegorical representations of the emperor's reign. These tapestries were not just artistic expressions. They were meant to remind anyone who entered the bedchamber of the emperor's might and influence. The decor served as a visual reinforcement of the emperor's status, ensuring that no matter how private the moment, the emperor was always seen as a divine and powerful ruler. Historians still argue over whether the emperor's bedchamber was truly a personal retreat or simply a space for political symbolism. Some suggest that the elaborate decor and furnishings were designed primarily for public display as a way of reinforcing the emperor's authority. Others argue that the decor was intended to make the emperor feel at home, offering a sense of security in a world that was often filled with danger and intrigue. Regardless of the intent, what remains clear is that the decor in the royal bedchamber was a deliberate choice, one that reinforced the emperor's power, both within the court and throughout the empire. Along with the furnishings, the bedchamber was also a place for ritual and ceremony. The emperor's bed was often used in specific ceremonies such as those related to his coronation or the reaffirmation of his power. During these ceremonies, the emperor might be presented with special garments, crowns, or relics that symbolized his connection to the divine and his right to rule. These moments were not just ceremonial, they were political performances designed to reinforce the emperor's legitimacy in the eyes of the court and the empire at large. The emperor's bedchamber was also a space where power could be negotiated subtly, even in the smallest details. A change in the positioning of the bed, the choice of a new tapestry, or the addition of a new piece of furniture could signal a shift in the emperor's political alliances or personal preferences. Every detail in the room was imbued with meaning, from the placement of the pillows to the scent of the room. The rituals surrounding sleep and rest were just as important as the formalized court rituals that took place during the day. In fact, the bedchamber rituals often served as a way to reinforce the formalized political dynamics of the court. The emperor's bed was also a place where the very nature of the emperor's authority was reaffirmed. The bed, with its sumptuous layers and gilded frame, was a throne in its own right, designed not just for rest but for the continuation of power. Just as the emperor's throne in the Great Hall was a symbol of his supreme authority, so too was the bed, a symbol of his unchallenged rule in the privacy of his own space. Here the emperor could rest, but the bed remained a constant reminder that power was always in reach, even in the most personal moments. Historians still debate the extent to which the symbolism of the emperor's bed played a role in his rule. Some argue that the extravagant decor and the use of the bed as a space of power were mostly symbolic, meant to impress courtiers and foreign dignitaries. Others suggest that the bed was a real tool in reinforcing the emperor's status, something that was as vital to his power as his military might or political alliances. In any case, it's clear that the royal bedchamber was far more than a place for rest. It was a place where power was constantly on display, albeit in subtle ways. As we continue to reflect on the emperor's bed, we realize that this seemingly simple piece of furniture was actually a central symbol of imperial authority, reflecting the delicate balance of power within the court. The lavish decor, the careful placement of the bed, and the rituals surrounding it all reinforce the idea that the emperor's rule was both personal and absolute. His bed was not just a place to sleep. It was a space where the emperor's status was quietly reaffirmed, a place where the emperor could rest but never completely escape the weight of his empire. Now that we've explored the emperor's bedchamber in all its symbolic splendor, let's shift our focus to another key aspect of this space: the role of secret conversations and the hidden political drama that often unfolded behind its closed doors. While many royal activities were publicly displayed in the grand halls or throne rooms, the bedchamber offered a more private, subtle, and often more dangerous arena for diplomacy and decision-making. Here, behind velvet curtains and under the dim flicker of candlelight, royal secrets were whispered and important alliances were forged. In the Holy Roman Empire, the bedchamber was often where the most confidential conversations took place. The emperor's bed, typically surrounded by trusted attendants, became an unlikely space for discussing matters that could determine the future of the empire. Here, ministers, military commanders, and even foreign diplomats could be found late at night discussing delicate issues in hushed tones, away from the formalities and scrutiny of the court. It was a space where the emperor could hear directly from his advisors without the presence of those who might be waiting for their turn to speak. These intimate discussions, often revolving around military strategy, foreign alliances, and even succession planning, were critical to the decisions that shaped the course of history. Historians still debate the degree to which these private bedchamber conversations truly influenced the emperor's actions. Were these moments of quiet diplomacy genuinely formative in shaping the empire's future? Or were they merely symbolic, used to reinforce the emperor's control while the real decisions took place elsewhere? Some scholars argue that these late night discussions had a direct and profound impact on the empire's direction, as the emperor often used the bedchamber as a refuge where he could discuss sensitive issues without the constraints of formality. Others suggest that these discussions were simply part of a carefully managed public image, an effort to maintain the illusion of royal accessibility and open dialogue. Whatever the case, it's undeniable that the bedchamber played a unique role in fostering these secret conversations. The closed-door meetings that occurred within its walls were marked by a sense of urgency, intimacy, and trust attributes that were often missing from more public gatherings. In these moments, power was not just a matter of public speeches and grand ceremonies. It was in the quiet exchanges between the emperor and those closest to him where alliances were solidified, policies were adjusted, and futures were decided. The nature of these conversations wasn't limited to political matters alone. The bedchamber was also a space for personal confidences where the emperor could express his vulnerabilities, fears, and desires. And although the empress may not always have been directly involved in these political discussions, her presence in the bedchamber was often enough to lend weight to the emperor's decisions. She too was privy to the private matters of state, offering her thoughts and advice in the most intimate of settings. In this way, the empress's role in the bedchamber was both personal and political, a space where she could subtly influence the emperor's decisions, whether through direct counsel or by shaping his mood. This brings us to the question of trust in the royal bedchamber. The emperor's choice of whom to invite into his most private space spoke volumes about his relationships with his advisors and his court. Trusted ministers and advisors who had the privilege of entering the bedchamber were often the ones who had the emperor's ear. Their proximity to the emperor during these private moments gave them an advantage, allowing them to influence decisions in ways that others could not. This closeness, however, also meant that they were always at risk of being drawn into the web of intrigue and rivalry that characterized the court. A misplaced word or a poorly timed suggestion could lead to their downfall, as those in power often saw these private conversations as opportunities to test loyalty or advance their own agendas. Some of the most important figures in the empire's political landscape were those who could navigate the treacherous waters of the emperor's bedchamber. These individuals, who had mastered the art of speaking softly but powerfully, were able to gain the emperor's trust and influence key decisions. The most successful of these advisors were those who understood the delicate balance between being seen as loyal and trustworthy while also advancing their own political aims. They knew that the bedchamber was where influence was often gained and lost, and where the course of history could change with just a few words. Historians are still divided over how much influence these bedchamber advisors actually had in shaping the political decisions of the emperor. Some argue that these quiet conversations, though intimate, rarely had any lasting impact, as decisions of great importance were often made in the more formal courtrooms and councils. Others contend that these private moments were crucial in influencing the emperor's actions, particularly when it came to issues like succession alliances and military strategy. The truth likely lies somewhere in between, with the bedchamber serving as a space where both personal relationships and political strategies could intermingle, creating a potent environment for decision making. Another important dynamic that played out in the royal bedchamber was the constant undercurrent of competition and rivalry. Courtly life was filled with intrigue, and the bedchamber was no exception. In a world where power was often precarious and unpredictable, the emperor's bed became a battleground for influence. Those closest to him in the bedchamber, whether it was the empress, trusted advisors, or even royal lovers, were often locked in subtle contests for power. The whispers and quiet words exchanged in the emperor's most private space could determine who would rise to prominence in the court and who would fall from grace. The role of royal lovers and concubines in these secret bedchamber discussions is another point of contention among historians. While some argue that these figures had no real influence on political decisions, others suggest that their proximity to the emperor allowed them to sway his opinions on critical matters. These lovers, often seen as peripheral figures in the public court, could be incredibly powerful in the private space of the bedchamber, where the emperor's personal feelings and desires took center stage. Their influence, though often overlooked, was not insignificant. As you relax tonight, think about the hidden world that unfolded in royal bedchambers, the quiet conversations, the political intrigue, the strategic alliances, and the subtle power plays. These private moments, though far from the grand ceremonies of the court, were often where the fate of the empire was decided. The bedchamber, with its rich history of intimacy and power, was a place where the personal and the political intertwined, where the emperor's decisions were shaped by the whispers and gestures of those closest to him. As we continue our exploration of the royal bedchamber, let's step away from the grand political machinations and look at the more personal elements that filled this space. Elements that, while still serving as symbols of power, also offered a glimpse into the more human side of royal life. Despite its reputation as a place of political drama and strategic alliances, the bedchamber was also a space where personal connections, emotions, and sometimes even genuine affection could unfold. It was within the private walls of this intimate room that the emperor and empress, though bound by duty, also navigated the complexities of love, trust, and companionship. One of the most fascinating aspects of the royal bedchamber was how it served as a space for both the emperor and empress to bond, despite the constraints of their public roles. As much as their union was politically motivated, the bedchamber provided a sanctuary where the formalities of court life could be relaxed. It was here, away from the pressures of diplomacy, where the emperor might have the chance to express his true feelings or share his personal concerns with his empress. While we often view royal marriages through the lens of strategy and power, the bedchamber was a space where moments of genuine intimacy could occur, where the emperor and empress could, if only briefly, connect on a personal level. However, the personal side of royal life in the bedchamber wasn't always without its complications. For many rulers, maintaining the balance between affection and duty was an ongoing challenge. The emperor's relationship with his empress was rarely free from external pressures. The question of succession loomed large, and the empress's ability to bear heirs was often the most pressing concern in the court. Despite any affection they might share, the primary focus of their relationship was often the future of the empire, specifically the production of legitimate heirs. The emperor's role as the father of the next ruler weighed heavily on both him and his empress, and this pressure was most palpable in the bedchamber, where the private act of conceiving heirs became an issue of political survival. Still, there was room for affection even in such an environment. It's possible that despite the pressures and expectations, the emperor and empress might have shared moments of true affection and care for one another, even if these moments were fleeting. After all, the royal bedchamber wasn't solely a place of political deliberations. It was also where the personal bonds that held the empire's foundations together were formed and maintained. The emperor's relationship with his empress wasn't just about producing heirs, it was about trust, loyalty, and the shared responsibility of ruling. Historians still argue about the nature of these relationships. Were they truly affectionate, or was any sense of closeness a product of courtly duty? Some scholars suggest that the royal marriages of the Holy Roman Empire were predominantly political, with little room for genuine love. Others propose that while duty certainly played a role, these relationships were complex and layered, filled with both affection and strategic maneuvering. It's likely that in some cases the emperor and empress were able to build a bond of mutual respect, which over time could have grown into something more personal. But the intricacies of their relationship were rarely fully known to the public, adding an air of mystery and intrigue to their private lives. In the case of the emperor's relationship with his concubines or lovers, the dynamic was even more complex. While the empress had a distinct role as the mother of the empire's heirs, concubines occupied a different, often ambiguous position within the royal household. Their role was less about political alliances and more about personal connection. But that didn't mean their presence in the bedchamber was without consequence. These women, though not formally recognized as the emperor's wives, were still incredibly close to him, and their relationship with the emperor often carried political weight, particularly in cases where they bore children who could potentially rival the emperor's legitimate heirs. Some concubines had considerable influence in the court, using their closeness to the emperor to advance their own political agendas or the interests of their family. The bedchamber once again became the site of both personal and political negotiation. In these intimate spaces where the emperor and his lover could share moments of privacy, there were also decisions being made that could have far-reaching consequences. The emperor's relationship with his concubines was not just about personal desire, it was also about managing the complexities of power, loyalty, and succession. The emperor's bed was a place where affection and politics coexisted, often in uneasy balance. The role of the concubine in the emperor's bedchamber raised questions about legitimacy, power, and the importance of royal lineage. For the empress, the presence of a concubine could be a source of tension. It was well known that concubines were often seen as threats to the empress's position, especially if they bore children. The court, too, would watch closely as the birth of an heir from a concubine could destabilize the political order. And yet, despite these complexities, the emperor's relationship with his concubines wasn't solely about political strategy. There were certainly emotional and personal elements involved, otherwise the emperor would not have opened the bedchamber to these women in the first place. Historians still debate the true nature of the relationships between the emperor and his concubines. Did the emperor truly have emotional attachments to these women, or were they merely pawns in his political game? Some argue that the relationships were based purely on convenience and desire with no real emotional connection, while others suggest that these women, despite their political role, could hold a genuine place in the emperor's heart. The truth likely lies somewhere in between, with these relationships serving both political and personal purposes. As you lay back and reflect tonight, think about the dynamics of power, affection, and politics that played out behind closed doors. The royal bedchamber, a space where personal relationships and political decisions intertwined, was more than just a place for rest. It was a stage for the emperor's relationships with his empress concubines and advisors' relationships that shaped not only the future of the empire, but also the personal lives of the rulers themselves. In the stillness of the night, the weight of these decisions rested on the emperor's shoulders, while the empress and her rivals quietly shaped the course of history. Now that we've seen how the emperor's bedchamber served as a space of both personal connection and political intrigue, let's slow down and explore the more subtle ceremonial aspects of royal life that unfolded in the sanctuary of the bedchamber. While we've discussed the grand political negotiations and power plays that occurred behind the velvet curtains, the bedchamber also housed quieter, more intimate rituals that were essential to maintaining the emperor's position and the health of the empire itself. These rituals were less about the external show of power and more about reinforcing the spiritual and personal foundation of the emperor's rule. One of the most important yet understated rituals in the royal bedchamber involved the emperor's personal well-being. It wasn't just about rest, it was about spiritual and physical renewal. As the leader of a vast empire, the emperor's health was a matter of great concern, not just for personal reasons, but for the stability of the entire realm. If the emperor fell ill or was otherwise incapacitated, the effects could be catastrophic, creating power vacuums or destabilizing factions within the court. Therefore, ensuring that the emperor remained physically and mentally strong was a top priority. Nighttime rituals were often dedicated to the emperor's health. Attendants and physicians, some of whom had specialized knowledge of herbal remedies, would prepare medicinal treatments for the emperor, either to help him sleep, restore his energy, or protect him from illness. In some cases, the emperor's bedtime routine might involve the administration of potions, oils, or ointments believed to have healing properties. These treatments were not only practical, they were symbolic. They reinforced the idea that the emperor was not merely a political figure, but also a divinely appointed ruler whose health and strength were of utmost importance. For the emperor, these nightly rituals were as much about maintaining his image as they were about personal care. The act of being seen receiving special attention in his bedchamber further reinforced his status as a figure of power and reverence. Just as the emperor's appearance during court rituals and public events conveyed his sovereignty, so too did his private health rituals underscore his divine right to rule. These moments, while deeply personal, were part of the public image of the emperor, reinforcing the belief that he was the pillar holding up the empire. The emperor's spiritual life was also deeply connected to his bedchamber rituals. The Holy Roman Empire, as a realm closely tied to the Church, placed great importance on the emperor's role as both secular and religious leader. Every evening, the emperor might engage in prayers or meditations before sleep, often invoking divine protection for himself and the empire. These rituals, although deeply personal, were viewed as vital to ensuring the emperor's success and legitimacy. The emperor's ability to demonstrate piety, particularly in the privacy of his own bedchamber, was seen as a reflection of his connection to the divine. This spiritual connection extended to the emperor's relationship with the empress. In some instances, the queen would join the emperor in prayer before sleep, a shared moment of reflection that underscored the spiritual unity of their rule. Together, the emperor and empress might seek divine guidance for their reign, invoking blessings for the empire and its people. This shared act of devotion wasn't just a religious practice, it was also a political one. It symbolized the unity of the emperor and empress, the joint rulers of the empire who stood together not just in public matters, but in matters of spiritual and moral guidance. It's also worth noting that while the emperor's health and spirituality were at the forefront of these rituals, the empress was not merely a passive participant. Her role in these nightly routines was just as important as the emperor's. While the emperor's health was paramount to the survival of the empire, the empress's role as the mother of the heirs was equally significant. The queen's health and her ability to bear heirs were seen as intimately tied to the emperor's power. The bedchamber in this sense wasn't just a space for the emperor to rest, it was also where the empress's ability to fulfill her dynastic duty was reinforced. Historians still debate the exact role that the empress played in these spiritual rituals. Was she an equal partner in these prayers and spiritual activities? Or was her involvement largely symbolic? Some argue that the empress had a strong spiritual influence on the emperor, helping to guide him in matters of faith and decision-making. Others suggest that her role was more passive, serving primarily as a figurehead in the eyes of the court, reinforcing the image of the emperor as a divinely chosen ruler. Regardless of her active participation, the empress's presence in the bedchamber during these moments of reflection reinforced her role as the emperor's partner, not just in marriage, but in the spiritual and moral leadership of the empire. The bedchamber also became a space where the emperor could retreat, if only for a brief moment from the demands of his rule. Even though his private space was constantly filled with attendants, advisors, and servants, it remained a place where he could seek refuge from the overwhelming pressures of leadership. The emperor's need for solitude, though often rare, was an important part of his well-being. In moments of private reflection, the emperor could engage with his thoughts, seek clarity, and perhaps regain the strength to face the challenges of his rule. As you lie back tonight, think about the private rituals that allowed the emperor to maintain his strength and sovereignty. In the royal bedchamber, the emperor's health and spiritual connection were not mere personal matters. They were public affairs with the potential to impact the future of the empire. The rituals of prayer, health maintenance, and spiritual devotion in the emperor's bedchamber were not only about the emperor's personal well-being, they were about reinforcing the power and legitimacy of the empire itself. The bed, as much as it symbolized rest and intimacy, also symbolized the emperor's ongoing connection to the divine and his responsibility to protect the empire's future. Now that we've explored the emperor's personal rituals and the bedchamber's importance in maintaining his health and spiritual connection, let's look at one of the most intriguing and perhaps unexpected functions of this intimate space: its role in diplomacy. While we tend to think of formal treaties and negotiations as taking place in grand halls or chambers filled with diplomats and advisors, the royal bedchamber was often a secret stage where significant political decisions and alliances were quietly shaped. Here, in the privacy of the emperor's sanctuary, matters of empire, foreign relations, and statecraft were sometimes discussed more candidly and freely than in public settings. Imagine this scene: the emperor, fresh from his evening rituals, reclines on his magnificent bed, his most trusted advisor beside him. The curtains are drawn, the room softly lit by candlelight, and the world outside the bedchamber is temporarily forgotten. In this sanctuary, the emperor is free to listen to his closest confidants without the pressure of a formal audience. Perhaps the advisor brings news of an impending rebellion, or maybe a foreign power seeks an alliance. In these private moments, the emperor can weigh the situation, contemplate his options, and make decisions that will affect the fate of the empire. The bedchamber, though an intimate space, became a crucial setting for behind-the-scenes diplomacy, where key alliances were forged and decisions of great import were made away from prying eyes. Historians often debate the extent to which these informal meetings were truly effective in shaping the course of empire. Some scholars argue that while these private discussions in the bedchamber were certainly important, they didn't carry the same weight as formal treaties or diplomatic exchanges conducted in public. Others contend that the bedchamber's privacy allowed for a level of honesty and candor that was impossible in more formal settings. In the calm of the night, with the world outside momentarily suspended, the emperor could make decisions based on a sense of trust and loyalty that mightn't have been possible in the politically charged atmosphere of a courtly gathering. The emperor's bedchamber also became a site where personal relationships often overlapped with political strategy. The empress, while holding a significant ceremonial role, could wield considerable influence in the bedchamber's informal diplomatic discussions. It was not uncommon for the empress to serve as a mediator in delicate situations, offering advice or acting as a sounding board for the emperor's thoughts. In these intimate moments, the bond between emperor and empress was crucial not just for personal matters, but for the political cohesion of the empire. The empress's insight into the emperor's mindset often made her an invaluable advisor, especially when dealing with issues that required both emotional intelligence and political acumen. In some cases, foreign dignitaries themselves were invited into the emperor's bedchamber, especially when the emperor wanted to keep discussions private and free from the interference of courtiers or other political figures. The privacy of the bedchamber allowed for candid talks that might otherwise have been clouded by the politics of the court. Diplomatic negotiations in the emperor's bedchamber were sometimes far more relaxed than those conducted in public venues, allowing for a more genuine exchange of ideas, desires, and promises. It was here, behind closed doors, that alliances could be solidified or even betrayed, all depending on the emperor's discretion and the trust he placed in the people around him. The relationship between the emperor and his advisors in the bedchamber was particularly significant during times of crisis. Whether it was a military threat from a neighboring power or a rebellion brewing within the empire, these quiet, late-night conversations often set the stage for the major decisions that would follow. The emperor's ability to confide in his most trusted advisors without the prying eyes of the court or foreign emissaries provided him with a unique opportunity to assess the situation calmly and make decisions that were less influenced by the court's pressures. These discussions in the bedchamber allowed the emperor to prepare mentally for the challenges ahead, and in some cases even make decisions that were never officially recorded or announced to the public. What transpired in these private moments between the emperor and his confidants could change the course of history. Historians are divided over how much weight these informal bedchamber negotiations carried. Some believe that these secretive talks were instrumental in the emperor's decision-making process, offering a private space where the emperor could make the most important decisions without interference. Others argue that while these conversations were important, the true power lay in the formal channels of government and the public decrees issued by the emperor. Still, there's no denying that the bedchamber offered a rare, intimate setting for diplomacy, where the emperor could make decisions with a sense of privacy, security, and perhaps even intimacy that would have been impossible in the more public forums of the court. The role of the empress in this diplomatic environment was another key factor in the bedchamber's power. Not only did she serve as the emperor's confidant, but in some cases she also became a political figure in her own right. As we've discussed, her advice in the bedchamber could influence the emperor's decisions on matters ranging from war and peace to marriage and alliance building. While her power may not have been as visible or direct as the emperor's, her ability to influence the emperor's decisions behind the closed doors of the bedchamber gave her a quiet but substantial role in shaping the empire's future. As you reflect on the role of the bedchamber in royal diplomacy, consider how a space that was primarily personal could also hold such immense political significance. The bedchamber, with its privacy and intimacy, allowed for the subtle negotiation of power where alliances were forged, secrets were kept, and decisions that shaped the course of empires were made. It wasn't just a place for rest. It was a pivotal site for the quiet behind-the-scenes diplomacy that defined much of the Holy Roman Empire's political landscape. As we continue to explore the intricate world of the royal bedchamber, let's now shift our focus to the role of the emperor's servants' attendants and the quiet but essential figures who were responsible for maintaining the order and rituals within this intimate space. While we've discussed the emperor's influence and the political significance of the bedchamber, it's important to recognize that the smooth functioning of this sacred room was also due to the men and women who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. These individuals, often invisible to the broader court, were the ones who ensured that the bedchamber remained a symbol of both power and tranquility. The emperor's bedchamber was a space that required constant care and attention. It wasn't just about keeping the room clean, it was about maintaining an atmosphere of opulence and comfort that reflected the emperor's imperial status. The room was a sanctuary but also a stage, and every detail mattered. The servants responsible for the upkeep of the bedchamber were experts in creating the right environment. They were tasked with everything from ensuring the bed was made just so to controlling the temperature of the room to ensure the emperor's comfort to ensuring the finest linens and tapestries were in place. Each detail was meticulously managed, often with the utmost discretion. In addition to these practical duties, there was also the more symbolic aspect of the servant's role. In many ways, these attendants were not just caretakers of the emperor's comfort, they were also caretakers of his image. The bedchamber, as a space that represented imperial authority, was often filled with symbols of the emperor's power, wealth, and divine right to rule. The servants who worked in this space were responsible for ensuring that these symbols remained intact and properly displayed. Tapestries with images of imperial victories, gilded furniture, and other luxurious items all served to reinforce the idea that the emperor's power was absolute and untouchable. The attendants who managed these objects were therefore responsible for preserving the emperor's image even in the most private spaces. But beyond the symbolic and ceremonial aspects of their work, the servants also played an important role in managing the delicate power dynamics that existed within the royal bedchamber. These attendants were often the closest witnesses to the intimate moments that took place between the emperor and his empress, between the emperor and his advisors, and even between the emperor and his rivals. As such, they were key figures in the court's complex web of intrigue. While they may not have had the same political power as the emperor or the empress, their proximity to power made them valuable players in the court's hidden dramas. The question of loyalty was a critical one for these servants. While they were expected to serve the emperor with complete devotion, their loyalty was often tested by the shifting power dynamics at court. Some servants may have been tempted to align themselves with powerful factions or nobles who sought to manipulate the emperor's decisions. Others, however, remained fiercely loyal to the emperor, understanding that their role in the bedchamber was a position of both honor and trust. For these servants, their role was not just about maintaining the physical space, it was about safeguarding the emperor's interests, ensuring that his bedchamber remained a place of security and authority, even as the political landscape around him shifted. Historians still debate how much influence these servants truly had in the court's politics. Were they mere background figures as they often appear in historical accounts, or were they active participants in the power struggles of the Holy Roman Empire? Some scholars argue that these servants were essential to maintaining the stability of the court, providing the emperor with the emotional and logistical support he needed to govern effectively. Others suggest that these attendants, while important in maintaining the bedchamber's ceremonial functions, were largely powerless when it came to influencing political decisions. However, there's little doubt that their presence in the emperor's private space allowed them to observe the emperor's actions, moods, and relationships, giving them unique insights into the emperor's private world. Interestingly, the royal servants were often also responsible for organizing the emperor's nightly rituals and ensuring that all the necessary preparations for sleep were in place. This included everything from ensuring the room was at the right temperature to preparing special drinks or foods that the emperor might need before sleep. These small acts of care were essential to maintaining the emperor's health and well-being as well as his royal dignity. For the emperor, the bedchamber represented a place of rest, but also a space where his role as the ruler was reinforced. The servants, in turn, were the ones who ensured that this ritualistic space remained sacred. The influence of the royal servants, while often overlooked, was therefore more profound than it may seem. Their role in the bedchamber was one of constant vigilance, where they were tasked with ensuring that both the personal and political elements of the emperor's life were maintained. The power dynamics at play within the royal bedchamber were complex, and these attendants often found themselves in the midst of courtly intrigues and power struggles even as they fulfilled their seemingly mundane duties. As you settle into your own bed tonight, think about the invisible figures who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to maintain the emperor's bedchamber. While the emperor and empress may have been the central figures in the royal drama, It was the servants who ensured that the bedchamber remained a space of both political and personal significance. Their attention to detail, their unwavering loyalty, and their ability to navigate the delicate power dynamics of the court made them key players in the royal theater, even though their names were rarely recorded in history. In many ways, these servants were the unsung heroes who helped maintain the stability and dignity of the emperor's reign, guarding the royal bedchamber with silent vigilance. As we delve deeper into the rich tapestry of life in the royal bedchamber, let's explore the role of diplomacy in a more unconventional light. While we've discussed the formal public aspects of court diplomacy, the bedchamber served as a quiet and more intimate stage for diplomatic exchanges. In the Holy Roman Empire, where alliances were crucial for maintaining power, the royal bedchamber could be seen as a microcosm of the empire's broader political landscape. In these private moments, the emperor and empress often negotiated alliances, solidified treaties, and even made decisions that would define the empire's future. Imagine the scene after a long day of court ceremonies, public meetings, and formal negotiations. The emperor and his empress retire to the privacy of their bedchamber. The doors close, and only a select few servants or trusted advisors remain in the room, creating an atmosphere of secrecy. Yet, even in this intimate space, the political weight of the empire could not be ignored. The emperor may have been weary, but his mind was still sharp, ready to listen to the advice of his closest allies, or perhaps entertain a diplomatic discussion about an impending alliance or treaty. Historians often overlook the significance of these private diplomatic exchanges, focusing instead on the grand public declarations and formal ceremonies. However, the bedchamber offered a unique space for negotiation, away from the prying eyes of court, in a space where personal matters and state matters intertwined delicate negotiations could unfold. It was here that some of the empire's most important alliances may have been forged in whispered conversations, where both the emperor and his empress could speak freely and privately without the formalities that might otherwise shape their words in public. The most telling aspect of these bedchamber negotiations was the role of the empress. While the emperor was the official face of diplomacy, his empress often played a crucial behind-the-scenes role. Her influence over her husband was not just personal, but political. The bedchamber, as a shared space, provided her with an opportunity to subtly guide the emperor's decisions. Whether it was convincing him to ally with a foreign power or supporting a political move that would benefit the empire. The empress's role in these conversations was often just as important as the emperor's. Historians debate the extent of the empress's power in these bedchamber discussions. Was she a passive observer, or did she actively contribute to the political decisions made in this intimate space? Some suggest that while the empress might have had influence, it was mostly indirect. Others argue that she wielded considerable power, especially in situations where her perspective as a mother, partner, and political figure was invaluable. Whether actively shaping policy or simply offering her perspective, the Empress's role in these private, politically charged moments was significant, though often overlooked in the broader historical record. Additionally, the emperor's relationship with foreign diplomats in the bedchamber is another fascinating aspect of diplomatic life. While official treaties and state business were usually conducted in public spaces, there were occasions when foreign ambassadors were invited into the emperor's most private space. These private meetings offered a more relaxed setting for diplomacy, where the emperor and his foreign counterparts could engage in honest discussions, unburdened by the formality and restrictions of the court. These diplomatic talks, though informal, were often just as crucial as the more public negotiations that took place elsewhere. The bedchamber, however, wasn't always a space for open dialogue. Its role in diplomacy could also be one of secrecy and discretion. When the emperor received sensitive information, whether about a foreign threat or a domestic issue, the bedchamber became a secure space where confidential matters could be discussed away from the eyes of the public. Trusted advisors or military commanders might enter the emperor's room reporting on intelligence or providing updates on military campaigns. In these moments, the emperor would make decisions that could change the course of history, decisions that were not yet ready for the eyes of the court or the empire at large. It was in these moments of quiet diplomacy that the emperor's bedchamber became a powerful symbol of the emperor's sovereignty and decision-making ability. Here, the emperor was not just a monarch overseeing an empire, but a man making personal and political choices that would shape the future of his reign. The decisions made in the bedchamber were often the result of long hours of contemplation, advice from trusted advisors, and the emperor's own judgment. Historians continue to debate how much influence these intimate diplomatic meetings actually had in the broader political landscape. Were they simply formalities designed to maintain the emperor's image as a ruler in control of the empire? Or did they represent the emperor's true decision-making process? Some argue that these private moments of diplomacy were essential in shaping the empire's foreign policy, while others suggest that the emperor's public statements and actions were more reflective of the true power dynamics at play. Nonetheless, the significance of the royal bedchamber in the diplomatic life of the Holy Roman Empire is undeniable. It was a space where the personal and the political converged, where intimate conversations and crucial decisions were made that affected not just the emperor's reign, but the fate of the empire itself. And while the emperor may have rested his body in this space, his mind remained vigilant, constantly engaged with the affairs of state and the delicate balance of power. As you reflect on the diplomatic importance of the royal bedchamber, think about how this intimate space, often perceived as a private retreat, was also a center of power. Decisions were made here that could alter the course of history, all within the quiet walls of the emperor's most personal sanctuary. The bedchamber, with its velvet curtains and gilded tapestries, was not just a place for rest, it was a venue for negotiation, decision-making, and the preservation of power. As we continue to unravel the intricacies of the royal bedchamber, it's important to acknowledge the role of the royal family beyond the emperor and empress, particularly the influence of their children. While we often think of the royal bedchamber as a space reserved for the emperor and empress, it was also where the future of the empire was conceived. Nurtured and at times contested, the bedchamber was not only a space for intimacy, but also a critical site for the continuation of the dynasty, where the future ruler of the Holy Roman Empire would be born, raised, and in some cases even groomed for leadership. In the royal bedchamber, the emperor and empress's personal relationship and their political alliance converged around one central purpose: the production of heirs. This was not just a personal wish, but a necessity for the continuation of the dynasty. For the emperor, the birth of an heir was an event of immense political importance. The emperor's ability to produce a legitimate heir secured his lineage and ensured the stability of the empire. In many ways, the royal bedchamber was the most politically charged space in the palace, for it was here that the future of the empire was determined not through speeches or treaties, but through the quiet, intimate process of childbirth. The arrival of an heir was not just a personal milestone for the emperor and empress. It was a political event that reverberated throughout the empire. The birth of a son particularly was celebrated with great fanfare, for the successor to the throne had been secured. The moment of birth itself was often marked by ceremonial rituals as the royal family and court celebrated the expansion of the dynasty. This public celebration, however, belied the intense pressure that accompanied the royal bedchamber's role in procreation. The emperor's and empress's ability to produce a son to ensure that the throne passed on to a legitimate heir was not simply a personal achievement, but a matter of dynastic survival. Historians continue to debate the role of the empress in this process. While the emperor was the figurehead, the empress's role as the mother was just as politically significant. The bedchamber once again became a space of power negotiation. The empress was tasked not only with fulfilling her maternal duties, but with maintaining the health and legitimacy of the royal family. The pressure to bear a healthy male heir was immense, and the empress's success or failure could shape the political landscape of the empire. If the empress failed to produce an heir, or if the emperor's heir was questioned, the empire could face a crisis of succession, with rivals vying for the throne. The bedchamber, therefore, was the birthplace of not just heirs, but of political power struggles that could destabilize the empire for generations. While the emperor and empress's role in ensuring the dynasty's future was paramount, the emperor's children themselves played a significant part in the broader political context. Royal children were not simply the heirs to the throne. They were potential political pawns in the broader courtly game. Princes and princesses were often betrothed to other noble families or foreign powers at a young age. Their marriages designed to solidify alliances, broker peace, or strengthen the empire's position in international affairs. These royal children were raised with an acute awareness of their role in the empire's grand scheme, understanding that their personal lives were inextricably linked to the political landscape of the Holy Roman Empire. Historians have long debated the extent to which royal children were groomed for leadership within the confines of the bedchamber. In some cases, the emperor and empress would take a hands-on approach, teaching their children the importance of their future roles, even as young as toddlers. While royal children were often educated by tutors in grand palace halls, it was within the bedchamber, away from the prying eyes of the court, where early childhood development and personality were often shaped. The emperor, as a father, would play an important role in guiding his children's education, ensuring that they were prepared to one day take the throne or wield their own power. The royal bedchamber, while intimate and personal, became a space where the next generation of rulers were taught, molded, and even tested. This grooming for leadership, however, wasn't always a smooth process. Power struggles within the royal family were common, with brothers and sisters often competing for the emperor's favor. The birth of a new heir, particularly if that heir was male, could lead to power struggles between siblings, as each child sought to position themselves as the rightful successor to the throne. These rivalries were often cultivated in the privacy of the bedchamber, where siblings might engage in subtle acts of rebellion or persuasion to win favor. The emperor's and empress's role in these sibling dynamics was crucial, as they needed to navigate the delicate balance of encouraging loyalty among their children while preventing rivalries from destabilizing the family. Historians still debate the emotional and psychological toll that the pressure of succession placed on royal children. Were these children able to form authentic relationships with their parents, or were they viewed primarily as tools for political stability? Some scholars argue that the children of emperors were conditioned from an early age to focus on their future roles as leaders, while others suggest that the royal family's relationships were more genuine with the emperor and empress, providing love and care despite the pressures of court life. Whatever the case, the role of the emperor's children in the royal bedchamber cannot be underestimated. The future of the empire often rested on their shoulders, and the bedchamber, as both a personal and political space, was where this responsibility was first introduced and solidified. As you lie back tonight, think about the generations that came before and after, all bound together in the quiet moments of the royal bedchamber. The birth of an heir, the delicate negotiations between siblings, and the quiet tutelage of the emperor all played out within the walls of this intimate space. The bedchamber was not just where children were born, it was where the empire's future was quietly determined. The emperor's family, though often overshadowed by the larger political dramas of the court, was at the center of this delicate balance of power, and their lives unfolded in ways that were both personal and profoundly political. Now that we've explored the role of royal children in shaping the future of the Holy Roman Empire, let's turn our attention to another fascinating aspect of the royal bedchamber: its role as a space of ritual and ceremony. While we've seen how the bedchamber was a place for intimate discussions and political maneuvering, it was also a space steeped in ritual. The rituals of the royal family, the sacred ceremonies that reinforced the emperor's divine right to rule, and the occasional public spectacles that took place within the privacy of the bedchamber's walls. One of the most important and often overlooked rituals that occurred in the royal bedchamber was the nightly prayer. The Holy Roman Empire, closely tied to the Church, placed great emphasis on the emperor's religious duties. The emperor was not just a secular ruler, but also a protector of the faith. Each night before retiring to his bed, the emperor would often engage in prayer either alone or with his empress. These moments of quiet devotion weren't just about spiritual fulfillment. They were a powerful reminder of the emperor's role as a divinely appointed ruler. His connection to God was central to his authority, and these nightly prayers reinforced his sacred duty to protect the empire, uphold the church, and ensure the well-being of his subjects. The empress, too, had her role to play in these religious rituals. While she was the emperor's wife and political partner, she was also his companion in faith. The bedchamber's sacred rituals reinforced her importance in both her personal and political capacities. By participating in these prayers, the empress not only supported her husband spiritually, but also symbolized the unity of their rule. Together, their devotion to God demonstrated their shared responsibility for the empire's fate. In a way, the bedchamber's religious rituals were a public performance of the divine order that governed the empire, a reminder to the court and the people that the emperor's rule was sanctioned by God. These rituals of prayer were also part of a larger network of ceremonies that took place within the bedchamber. On special occasions such as the emperor's birthday, the anniversary of his coronation, or important state events, the bedchamber became a site for more elaborate ceremonial acts. The emperor, dressed in ceremonial robes, would kneel beside his bed or stand before an altar offering prayers for the prosperity of his empire. The empress, too, would participate, perhaps holding candles or standing beside her husband in these sacred moments. These ceremonies were an important public display of the emperor's piety, reinforcing his status not only as a political leader, but as a moral and religious figure. Historians often debate the true significance of these rituals. Were they sincere acts of devotion, or were they primarily political performances designed to reinforce the emperor's legitimacy? Some argue that the emperor and empress genuinely believed in the spiritual importance of their roles, while others suggest that the rituals were largely symbolic, designed to remind the court and the people of the emperor's divine right to rule. Regardless of their personal significance, these rituals were crucial to the emperor's public image. They were not just acts of personal devotion, but carefully orchestrated performances that reinforced the emperor's authority and sanctity. The emperor's connection to religion and the ritualistic aspects of his role extended beyond just the bedchamber. Church officials such as bishops or archbishops were often invited into the emperor's private space to offer blessings, perform ceremonies, or offer counsel. These religious figures played an important role in the emperor's spiritual life, and their presence in the bedchamber underscored the intertwined relationship between the emperor and the church. In a world where divine right was central to the emperor's legitimacy, the bedchamber became a space where the emperor's faith was publicly reaffirmed and where the church's influence over the emperor was evident. This intertwining of personal and political power extended beyond religion into other ceremonies that took place in the bedchamber. For instance, on the occasion of a royal birth, the bedchamber became the center of a ceremony that marked not only the birth of a future heir, but also a reaffirmation of the emperor's control over the succession. The birth was an event of profound political significance, often followed by elaborate rituals to celebrate the birth of a prince or princess. These ceremonies, though private, were symbolic of the larger political context. The emperor's ability to produce heirs was a direct reflection of his ability to maintain his dynasty's control over the empire. The ceremonial aspect of the royal bedchamber wasn't limited to the emperor and empress alone. The entire court was sometimes involved in the rituals that took place within this sacred space. On important occasions, the emperor's servants, advisors, and even members of the court would be invited to witness or participate in these intimate symbolic ceremonies. The court's involvement in these rituals served not only to affirm the emperor's authority, but also to reinforce the unity of the royal family and the political cohesion of the empire. The bedchamber, though private, became a public stage where power, religion, and family were seamlessly intertwined. Historians are divided on the role these ceremonial rituals played in the larger political landscape. Some argue that they were a reflection of the emperor's true belief in his divine mandate, while others suggest that these rituals were primarily a way of maintaining political control. Regardless of their true significance, what is clear is that the rituals of the royal bedchamber played a crucial role in shaping the emperor's image as a divinely chosen ruler, deeply connected to both the spiritual and political fabric of the empire. As you settle in tonight, think about the rituals that took place in royal bedchambers. Prayers, blessings, and ceremonies that reinforce the emperor's authority and his connection to God. The bedchamber, while a space of personal intimacy, was also a space of profound political and spiritual significance. Here, the emperor and empress could privately express their devotion to each other, to their children, and to the empire, all while reaffirming their divine right to rule. These rituals, though intimate, were an essential part of the emperor's public performance, a reminder to the court and the people that their ruler was more than just a man. He was a divinely chosen sovereign with the power to lead not just the empire, but the very course of history. As we continue our journey through the royal bedchamber, let's focus on another fascinating aspect of this intimate space, its role as a venue for both personal and political rivalries. While we've explored the bedchamber's importance in terms of power dynamics, diplomacy, and ceremonial rituals, there was another side to this private space one, where competition and ambition, both within the royal family and the court, played out in ways that were often subtle yet impactful. One of the most significant forms of rivalry that played out in the bedchamber was the competition for favor within the royal family itself. The emperor's heirs, especially the male children, were often pitted against one another for the throne. Sibling rivalries could emerge early, especially if the emperor had multiple sons all vying for the chance to succeed him. These rivalries were often nurtured in the bedchamber, where siblings, though growing up in the same palace, might not always share the same vision for the future of the empire. In many cases, the emperor's sons were raised with the understanding that their position in the empire's hierarchy was constantly in flux. The bedchamber became not just a place for physical rest, but a venue for subtle power struggles where children, often still in their youth, would be positioned to gain their father's favor, hoping for the eventual opportunity to take the throne. The emperor and empress had their roles in these family rivalries too. The emperor, as the ultimate decision maker, had to navigate the delicate task of balancing love, loyalty, and political necessity when it came to his children. While the empress's primary responsibility was often to ensure the succession, she too played a critical role in shaping the future of the dynasty. Her relationships with her children, particularly her sons, were tested in the private confines of the bedchamber. The tension between her maternal instincts and her political duty could lead to difficult choices, and her actions in these intimate moments could either help solidify her children's future or create bitter divisions within the family. Historians still debate the extent to which these rivalries influenced the emperor's decisions. Were the emperor's choices truly based on merit, or did favoritism, maternal influence, and even personal affection play a larger role than is often acknowledged? In many cases, the emperor's choice of successor was influenced by a combination of political calculation and family loyalty, but the dynamics of the royal bedchamber, where emotions and power intertwined, often complicated the decision-making process. Aside from the family dynamics, the bedchamber was also the site for rivalries within the court. High-ranking nobles, military commanders, and foreign dignitaries all jockeyed for the emperor's attention, hoping to win his favor and gain political advantage. These individuals, while not family members, had their own stakes in the emperor's success and stability. And much like the royal children, they sought the emperor's favor to secure their place in the court's power structure. These courtiers would often visit the emperor in his private space, bringing with them news of battles, diplomatic developments, and sometimes personal appeals for power. In these quiet, private moments, the emperor could either affirm or deny their influence. The royal bedchamber became a place where these courtly rivalries unfolded in hushed tones, sometimes with rivals vying for the emperor's ear, whispering advice or requests that could potentially shift the balance of power. The emperor's relationships with his advisors, while largely political, could also be influenced by personal ties, loyalty, or even private disputes. The bedchamber was where these alliances could be solidified or fractured, depending on the emperor's choices. In fact, some of the most consequential decisions in the empire's history were likely made in the bedchamber in the form of private conversations between the emperor and his trusted advisors. These discussions, though often centered around political and military matters, also had a personal dimension. A trusted advisor whispering in the emperor's ear as he lay in bed could shape the future of the empire with a single carefully timed suggestion. While the emperor may have appeared to be resting, his mind was often engaged in the difficult task of balancing these courtly rivalries, maintaining his own power, and keeping the empire stable. The bedchamber was a place where political power, personal loyalty, and strategic maneuvering all converged. It wasn't just the emperor's relationship with courtiers that played out in these private moments. The empress, too, had her own rivalries to contend with. As the emperor's consort, she wielded considerable influence within the court, but her power was always under scrutiny. Courtly figures, particularly women of high rank, often sought the empress's favor, hoping to gain access to the emperor or secure a favorable position in the court. But the empress, in her own way, had her own network of loyalist people she could rely on to help strengthen her position. These rivalries, sometimes taking place in the quiet of the royal bedchamber, were often more subtle but no less impactful than those between the emperor and his male heirs. The bedchamber was also a place where political maneuvering could take on more personal dimensions. In an empire as large and complex as the Holy Roman Empire, personal ambitions and loyalties were constantly in flux. And as much as the emperor's decisions could be guided by formal advice and political considerations, they were also influenced by the personal relationships he maintained with his closest advisors and family members. The bedchamber where the emperor could speak freely and personally with those he trusted most was where these relationships were tested, solidified, or even shattered. Historians continue to explore how these intimate rivalries affected the overall politics of the Holy Roman Empire. Were these personal and familial struggles played out in the privacy of the bedchamber truly as influential as they seem? Or were they simply the backdrop to the larger political theater that unfolded elsewhere in the empire? Some scholars argue that these rivalries shaped the course of history more than we realize, while others suggest that they were merely background noise to the larger imperial struggles. However, what is clear is that the bedchamber, with its private discussions and personal power plays, played a significant role in the formation of political alliances, the selection of heirs, and the stability of the empire itself. As you settle down tonight, think about the rivalries that quietly unfolded in those private spaces, the delicate power struggles between siblings, courtiers, and even within the royal family. The bedchamber, while a place for rest and personal connection, was also a battleground where the future of the empire was often determined. In these private moments, as the emperor and empress lay side by side, decisions were made that would echo throughout the empire for generations to come. Now that we've explored the personal rivalries and subtle political maneuvers that unfolded within the royal bedchamber, it's time to shift our focus to another fascinating aspect of this space, its role as a center for cultural and intellectual exchange. While the bedchamber is often thought of as a purely private and intimate space, it was also a space where knowledge was shared, ideas were exchanged, and intellectual life within the court flourished. In the Holy Roman Empire, the bedchamber was not only a place for rest and relaxation, but also a sanctuary where the emperor and his closest advisors, scholars, and artists could come together to discuss matters of culture, philosophy, and even scientific inquiry. It's easy to overlook the intellectual life of the court, assuming that political matters dominated every waking moment of the emperor's life. However, the emperor and his court were deeply invested in fostering the cultural and intellectual vibrancy of the empire. This could include everything from discussing the latest works of literature and philosophy, to debating theological matters, to commissioning art or architectural designs. The bedchamber, as a private and secluded space, often became the site for these late-night intellectual exchanges where the emperor could discuss matters of culture with trusted advisors and scholars without the pressures of formal court events. These intellectual discussions in the bedchamber weren't just about personal enjoyment. They were also deeply connected to the emperor's political goals. The emperor's engagement with the intellectual and artistic worlds served not only to enrich his personal knowledge, but to reinforce his position as a culturally enlightened ruler. Just as the emperor's military and political decisions were meant to ensure the stability and strength of the empire, his interest in intellectual pursuits and the arts demonstrated the emperor's commitment to the cultural development of his people. By engaging with scholars, poets, and philosophers, the emperor could shape the cultural landscape of the Holy Roman Empire, ensuring that his reign was not only politically successful, but culturally rich and admired. The emperor's role as a patron of the arts was particularly evident in the bedchamber. It was here in the quiet and private space that the emperor could commission works of art or design which would later adorn the public spaces of the court, or be sent as diplomatic gifts to foreign rulers. Artists and craftsmen were often invited to present their works to the emperor in the privacy of his bedchamber, where he could offer feedback, discuss the political or symbolic significance of a piece, or even suggest alterations. These intimate exchanges, though personal, had far-reaching effects as the art commissioned in these private moments would often be displayed as symbols of imperial power and cultural achievement. Historians still debate the role of the emperor's bedchamber in fostering intellectual exchange. Were these discussions purely for personal enrichment, or were they part of a broader effort to position the emperor as a cultural figurehead? Some scholars argue that the emperor's intellectual pursuits were driven by a genuine desire to cultivate a well-rounded understanding of the world, while others suggest that the emperor's engagement with scholars and artists was a way to consolidate power by projecting an image of cultural sophistication. Regardless of the emperor's personal motivations, what is clear is that the bedchamber was a space where cultural and intellectual life could thrive. The empress, too, played an important role in these cultural exchanges. As the emperor's partner, she often took part in the intellectual life of the court, sometimes acting as a patron of the arts in her own right. The empress's presence in the bedchamber alongside her husband reinforced the idea of the royal family as enlightened and culturally sophisticated. The empress, much like the emperor, would have had her own discussions with scholars, artists, and philosophers, and her opinions and ideas would have influenced the cultural direction of the empire. Though her influence was often more indirect, the empress's involvement in these intellectual exchanges was essential to the bedchamber's role as a site of cultural and intellectual growth. Beyond the emperor and empress, other figures in the court played an important role in fostering intellectual life within the royal bedchamber. Trusted advisors, religious leaders, and scholars often gathered in the emperor's private space to discuss matters of culture, science, and philosophy. The Holy Roman Empire was home to a rich tradition of intellectual thought, and the bedchamber provided a unique space where these ideas could be discussed away from the formalities of the court. These conversations were not limited to matters of art and literature. They also extended to scientific and philosophical discussions that were gaining prominence during this period. In fact, the intellectual exchanges that took place in the royal bedchamber often had a broader impact on the empire's cultural landscape. By engaging with scholars and philosophers, the emperor could introduce new ideas and innovations to the court, encouraging the development of new fields of study or the pursuit of scientific discovery. These ideas were then shared throughout the empire either through official channels or informal discussions at court. The emperor's patronage of intellectual pursuits, often taking place in the privacy of the bedchamber, helped ensure that the Holy Roman Empire remained at the forefront of cultural and intellectual development in Europe. Historians continue to debate the significance of these intellectual pursuits in the emperor's bedchamber. Were they simply an extension of the emperor's political authority? Or were they a reflection of a genuine interest in cultural growth and intellectual engagement? Some argue that the emperor's role as a patron of the arts and a participant in intellectual discussions was purely symbolic, designed to project an image of cultural sophistication. Others suggest that these interactions had a more substantial impact, shaping the intellectual currents of the empire and influencing the development of European thought. What is clear is that the bedchamber, with its intimate and private setting, played a crucial role in nurturing these intellectual and cultural exchanges. As you settle into your own space tonight, think about the role of the royal bedchamber in fostering intellectual exchange. While the emperor's bed may have been a symbol of power, it was also a space where ideas, art, and philosophy could flourish. The emperor's personal engagement with scholars, artists, and philosophers helped shape the cultural and intellectual legacy of the Holy Roman Empire, ensuring that the emperor's rule wasn't just about political power, but about cultivating an empire that valued the arts, learning, and intellectual curiosity. As we continue our exploration of the royal bedchamber, let's now examine the fascinating blend of privacy and public spectacle that this intimate space often represented. The royal bedchamber, though a place for rest and personal reflection, was also a venue for public displays of power, grandeur, and authority. It was in this delicate balance between the private and public that the true complexity of the emperor's rule was often revealed. One of the most striking aspects of the bedchamber's dual nature was how it functioned as a space of private ritual, yet was also a stage for public performances. In certain moments of political significance, the emperor's bedchamber became the setting for ceremonial rituals that were witnessed by members of the court, trusted advisors, and foreign dignitaries. These public rituals, though conducted in the emperor's most private space, were designed to reinforce the emperor's authority, his divine right to rule, and his connection to the wider political world. The emperor's actions in the bedchamber, even if they were intended for a small, intimate audience, sent a message to the entire empire about the strength and legitimacy of his rule. For example, the emperor's bedchamber was often the site of important ceremonial moments following royal births. The birth of an heir was not merely a personal milestone for the emperor and empress, it was a political event signaling the continuity of the dynasty and the empire. These moments, though deeply personal, were often celebrated with great fanfare. Foreign ambassadors, high-ranking courtiers, and other important figures would gather to witness the post-birth ceremonies, reinforcing the idea that the bedchamber, while private, was inextricably linked to the political affairs of the empire. Additionally, the bedchamber was often where certain royal rituals tied to both the emperor's spiritual and political roles took place. On significant dates such as the anniversary of the emperor's coronation, or on feast days, the emperor might receive blessings, prayers, or conduct acts of personal devotion, such as praying for the prosperity of the empire. While these ceremonies were private, they were nonetheless significant for the court as they reaffirmed the emperor's spiritual and political legitimacy. The presence of courtiers and spiritual leaders in the bedchamber symbolized the emperor's connection to the divine and his role as the protector of both the faith and the state. These public rituals taking place in the royal bedchamber were an essential aspect of the emperor's public image. The bedchamber was a space where the emperor's physical and spiritual authority could be displayed in the most intimate of settings. The very act of witnessing these private moments, whether it was the emperor receiving blessings and heir being born, or the emperor engaging in spiritual reflection, helped reinforce the emperor's image as a divinely chosen ruler. This combination of personal and public spectacle made the royal bedchamber a space of immense symbolic power. Historians continue to debate the true significance of these public rituals. Were they genuine acts of devotion and personal reflection? Or were they political performances designed to maintain the emperor's public image? Some argue that these rituals were deeply personal and reflective of the emperor's sincere beliefs and role as a ruler. Others suggest that these events, though rooted in personal moments, were also carefully crafted performances meant to reaffirm the emperor's legitimacy and maintain control over the court and the empire. Regardless of their personal significance, it's clear that these public rituals held in the privacy of the emperor's bedchamber played a vital role in reinforcing the emperor's political authority. The empress, too, played a key role in these public performances within the bedchamber. As the emperor's partner, her actions in the bedchamber were just as important as his in the eyes of the court. While the emperor's public image was shaped by his role as the sovereign ruler, the empress's image was shaped by her role as the mother of the empire's heirs and the political partner of the emperor. When the empress participated in these ceremonies, whether it was a royal birth, a prayer, or a blessing, her presence reinforced the message of the unity and strength of the imperial family. The bedchamber, therefore, became a space not only for the emperor's private moments, but for the empress's participation in the political and spiritual life of the empire. While these public rituals and performances were important for maintaining the emperor's authority, the bedchamber was also a space of more personal moments, where the emperor could rest, reflect, and seek solace away from the pressures of state. This private aspect of the bedchamber allowed the emperor to recharge and refocus, ensuring that he was able to face the challenges of ruling a vast and complex empire. However, even in his moments of rest, the emperor was never truly free from the weight of his responsibilities. The bedchamber, as a space where both private and public matters converged, reflected the constant balancing act of the emperor's role. In the bedchamber, the emperor's authority was reaffirmed through both the quiet and the grandiose. The intimate rituals of the royal family, such as the nightly prayers or the birth of an heir, served to remind the court and the empire of the divine right to rule that the emperor possessed. At the same time, the more public performances in the bedchamber, such as the emperor receiving blessings or engaging in ceremonial acts, were a powerful reminder that the emperor's private life was always in some way connected to the public life of the empire. Historians still argue whether these rituals were genuine expressions of the emperor's power or carefully orchestrated performances. Some suggest that the emperor's actions in the bedchamber were primarily symbolic, designed to reinforce the emperor's public image, while others contend that these moments of spiritual reflection and personal ritual were deeply meaningful, providing the emperor with the strength and focus he needed to govern effectively. Either way, the bedchamber served as a vital space for both private and public life, where power devotion and the emperor's relationship with his court and the divine were intertwined. As you relax tonight, consider the complex role of the royal bedchamber, a space that held moments of both personal intimacy and public spectacle. Here, the emperor and empress not only fulfilled their familial and political roles, but also performed their duties as divine rulers, reminding the court and the empire that their power was sanctioned by both faith and tradition. The bedchamber then was more than just a room. It was a stage for the performance of imperial authority. As we move forward in our journey through the royal bedchamber, it's important to address another pivotal aspect of the space, its role in shaping the emperor's legacy. While the bedchamber was a site for politics, diplomacy, and rituals, it was also the place where the emperor's legacy was quietly being shaped. Every decision made in the bedchamber, from the birth of an heir to the private councils with trusted advisors, had a long-lasting impact on the future of the empire. It was here that the emperor's vision for the future, both politically and personally, was cultivated and sometimes decided upon. One of the most significant aspects of this was the succession. The royal bedchamber was where heirs were conceived, and it was within these walls that the fate of the throne was often sealed. The emperor's ability to produce legitimate heirs was one of the most important factors in ensuring the continuity of the dynasty. But it wasn't just about the physical birth of a son or daughter. The bedchamber became a space where the legacy of the empire's future rulers was decided. This intimate space served as the foundation for the empire's dynastic plans, and the decisions made here had the potential to either stabilize or fracture the empire for generations to come. The emperor's relationships with his heirs were critical in shaping the legacy of the empire. The emperor's role in grooming his successors was often initiated in the privacy of the bedchamber, with the emperor personally involved in the upbringing and education of his children. The bedchamber was more than just a space of rest. It was also a space for learning, where the emperor would instruct his children in the ways of leadership, teaching them how to wield power, engage with courtly life, and understand the intricacies of governance. The emperor, as a father, was tasked not only with ensuring his children's well-being, but also with preparing them for the weight of imperial rule. Historians continue to debate the emperor's role as a father and educator within the royal family. Was his involvement in the bedchamber and in the lives of his children primarily political, or did he have a genuine interest in their well-being and education? Some scholars argue that the emperor's role as a father was secondary to his political duties, that his interactions with his heirs were more about securing the future of the empire than fostering familial relationships. Others, however, suggest that the emperor's investment in his heirs was more nuanced, with genuine emotional bonds influencing his decisions. Regardless of the emperor's personal feelings, the fact remains that the bedchamber was where much of this future planning occurred, making it a space where the emperor's legacy was not just preserved but actively constructed. The empress, too, played a key role in shaping the legacy of the empire. Her role in the bedchamber went beyond the physical act of childbirth. She was also responsible for ensuring that the emperor's heirs were raised to lead. As a mother, the empress often worked alongside the emperor to educate their children, guiding them in matters of diplomacy, governance, and personal conduct. The empress was more than just a consort. She was a key figure in the development of the next generation of rulers, and her influence in the bedchamber was often critical to the success of the royal family. Whether nurturing the emperor's heirs or supporting them in their political roles, the empress was intimately connected to the legacy of the empire both as a mother and as a partner in governance. But the bedchamber wasn't only about the emperor's children, it was also about the emperor's relationship with the court and his advisors. Within the private walls of the bedchamber, the emperor could confide in his most trusted allies and advisors, seeking counsel on matters of state. These private moments were not only about the emperor's personal life, but also about the political direction of the empire. The emperor's legacy was shaped not only by his children, but also by his choices, alliances, and the decisions he made in these intimate conversations. The bedchamber became a space for reflection and decision-making, where the emperor could plan the future of the empire in a setting away from the formality and politics of the court. The bedchamber also played a crucial role in shaping the emperor's relationship with the empire's spiritual life. The emperor's role as a protector of the church was a central part of his legacy, and the bedchamber became a space where his religious duties were reaffirmed. Nightly prayers, blessings, and spiritual rituals took place within the bedchamber, reinforcing the emperor's connection to the divine and ensuring that his reign was seen as legitimate and blessed by God. This connection to religion was crucial for the emperor's political authority. His ability to rule was directly tied to his religious piety and devotion. In this sense, the bedchamber became a space where the emperor's legacy was not only political but also spiritual. Historians still debate the extent to which the emperor's spirituality and devotion to the church influenced his political legacy. Some argue that the emperor's spiritual practices were a reflection of his personal beliefs, while others suggest that these religious rituals were politically motivated, designed to reinforce the emperor's position as a divine ruler. Regardless of the motivations behind these practices, the bedchamber served as the space where the emperor's spiritual legacy was shaped, where his connection to God and the church was publicly and privately reaffirmed. The emperor's ability to balance political power with religious devotion was essential to his legacy, and the bedchamber played a key role in reinforcing this delicate balance. As you reflect on the legacy of the emperor tonight, think about how the bedchamber played a central role in shaping not just his personal life, but the future of the empire. This private space where political, personal, and spiritual matters converged was where the emperor's legacy was forged. Whether planning for the future rulers of the empire, securing alliances, or reaffirming his connection to the divine, the emperor's bedchamber was where history was written. One quiet decision at a time. As we continue our exploration of the royal bedchamber, it's time to consider one of its most paradoxical aspects, the emperor's vulnerability within this supposedly private space. Despite being a place of power, authority, and influence, the bedchamber was also a site where the emperor, the symbol of strength and invincibility, could experience moments of physical and emotional vulnerability. Whether through illness, old age, or a moment of personal reflection, The emperor's private space became a reminder that even the most powerful rulers had their weaknesses. This juxtaposition of strength and fragility played a crucial role in shaping the emperor's legacy, both within the court and among his people. One of the most significant forms of vulnerability that often occurred in the bedchamber was the emperor's illness. In a time when the emperor's physical well-being was seen as directly tied to the health of the empire, any sign of sickness or decline could send shockwaves through the court. The emperor's bedchamber became the site of intense scrutiny when he fell ill. Physicians and trusted servants were called in to attend to him, and while the emperor rested in his bed, the political stakes were high. If the emperor's illness was prolonged, it could raise questions about succession, the stability of the empire, and the ability of the emperor to continue governing. Historians still debate the extent to which the emperor's vulnerability during times of illness affected the court's political landscape. Some argue that the emperor's illness provided an opportunity for political rivals to make moves toward consolidating power, while others suggest that the emperor's physical weakness simply underscored the precariousness of political stability during his reign. Regardless of the interpretations, the emperor's vulnerability in the bedchamber reminded the court and the people that even the most powerful monarch could be subject to the ravages of illness and time. This vulnerability also led to a heightened sense of dependence on trusted advisors and ministers, who often had to step in during the emperor's incapacity, thus shifting the balance of power temporarily away from the emperor and towards his closest allies. However, it wasn't just physical illness that made the emperor vulnerable in the bedchamber. The bedchamber was also a space for moments of emotional reflection, where the emperor could confront the pressures of rule, personal doubts, or the emotional toll of leadership. These personal moments of vulnerability were rarely seen by the public, but were understood by the emperor's inner circle. The bedchamber in these moments was where the emperor could let his guard down, allowing for private reflection and perhaps even moments of sorrow. These emotional moments, though often not discussed in the public records of the time, were a crucial part of the emperor's experience as a ruler. In the case of the empress, the bedchamber also represented a space where vulnerability was shared, albeit in a different manner. The empress, as the mother of the emperor's heirs and the political partner in governance, also had moments of personal vulnerability, especially when it came to matters of childbirth, personal health, and emotional support for the emperor. The birth of an heir, for instance, could be a physically and emotionally taxing experience for the empress, especially when it was tied to the political fate of the empire. These moments of personal vulnerability for both the emperor and empress, though private, were deeply tied to the political health of the empire. While the bedchamber allowed for emotional vulnerability, it was also a space where the emperor's strength and authority were reaffirmed, despite moments of illness or personal reflection. The bedchamber was still a space where the emperor made important decisions, received counsel from his closest advisors, and engaged in acts of spiritual devotion that reinforced his authority. The rituals that took place in the bedchamber, whether related to health prayer or the birth of heirs, were designed not only to care for the emperor's personal needs, but to ensure that his authority remained unquestioned. These rituals were meant to project strength even during times of personal fragility. The bedchamber's dual role as both a site of personal vulnerability and public strength was a complex aspect of the emperor's reign. The emperor's ability to maintain his authority even during moments of personal fragility was crucial to his ability to lead the empire. The bedchamber served as a space where the emperor could be both human and imperial, where his private moments of weakness could be counterbalanced by his public role as a ruler. This paradox is central to the understanding of the emperor's power. He was both a man with personal vulnerabilities and a symbol of unshakable authority, and the bedchamber became the space where this tension was played out most clearly. Historians often look at the emperor's vulnerability through the lens of succession. When the emperor fell ill or was nearing the end of his reign, it often sparked a flurry of activity within the court. Ministers, advisors, and even the emperor's children would start to jockey for position, anticipating the moment when power would shift hands. In the bedchamber, these moments of transition were often accompanied by intense political maneuvering. Some scholars argue that these moments of vulnerability provided an opportunity for rival factions to gain influence, while others suggest that the emperor's health struggles were simply part of the natural progression of an empire, and that the royal family's preparations for succession were more orderly than they might appear. The empress's vulnerability too had a political dimension. In times of personal hardship, whether from illness, childbirth, or political pressure, the empress's position could be weakened. Her relationship with the emperor could shift depending on her ability to fulfill her duties, both as a partner in marriage and as the mother of the heirs. In these moments, the empress could be seen as more vulnerable than the emperor, especially when her personal well-being became tied to the future of the dynasty. Her vulnerability in the bedchamber, however, was often hidden beneath the layers of political performance, as the royal family worked to maintain their image as an unbreakable unit. As you rest tonight, think about the vulnerability that exists even within the most powerful spaces. The royal bedchamber, while a site of power and decision-making, also carried with it the personal fragility of the emperor and empress. The emperor's moments of illness, reflection, and emotional vulnerability were part of his personal experience as a ruler, just as the empress's struggles were part of her own journey within the royal family. The bedchamber in all its complexity was a space where power, vulnerability, and political strategy converged, a reminder that even the strongest rulers had their moments of human weakness. As we reach the next chapter in our exploration of the royal bedchamber, let's now focus on a more delicate and often overlooked aspect of this space, its role in the management of secrets. Within the privacy of the emperor's bedchamber, decisions were made. Alliances were forged and schemes were hatched, often in total secrecy. The bedchamber, with its velvet curtains and dim lighting, became the epicenter of many courtly intrigues where loyalty, betrayal, and political machinations were quietly carried out. This intimate space was where both personal and political secrets were kept hidden away from the prying eyes of the court, and sometimes even from the emperor's closest advisors. The emperor's relationship with trust and secrecy was complex. On one hand, he needed to be surrounded by loyal advisors and confidants who could assist him in governing the vast empire. On the other hand, the emperor was often forced to keep his most important plans and decisions private, even from those who were closest to him. The bedchamber, as a space of relative solitude, became the perfect setting for these secret discussions. When the emperor needed to make a decision that could affect the entire empire, whether it was about military strategy, political alliances, or the future of his reign, the bedchamber offered him a space where he could confer privately with a select few far from the noise and distractions of the larger court. The emperor's personal relationships, too, were filled with secrets. In the bedchamber away from the formalities of court life, the emperor could confide in his empress, trusted advisors, or even at times in his royal lovers. These private conversations were often filled with delicate information discussions about court rivalries, family secrets, and even matters of life and death. Some of the emperor's most personal secrets, including his true feelings about the court or his family, would be shared in the bedchamber where his words would not be overheard. The space allowed for these secrets to remain shielded from the public eye, preserving the emperor's image as a decisive and unflappable ruler, even if his decisions were often made with the weight of personal emotions attached. The empress, too, had her own secrets. As the emperor's closest confidant, she was often privy to confidential matters, not just about family and succession, but also about the emperor's political maneuverings. The bedchamber became a space where the emperor and empress could discuss matters of state in a private, intimate setting. Yet these discussions were never truly private. The empress might have had to guard her own secrets as well, especially when dealing with political intrigue or court conspiracies. While the emperor's power was absolute, the empress had her own set of allies and rivals, and her role in maintaining the political stability of the court sometimes involved keeping secrets that she could not share with anyone else, not even her husband. The role of trusted advisors in the royal bedchamber also deserves attention. These individuals who had the privilege of entering the emperor's private space were often tasked with providing counsel on matters that could change the course of the empire. However, just as the emperor trusted these individuals with his most sensitive information, he also relied on them to keep his secrets. These advisors were the keepers of the emperor's plans, and their loyalty was essential. If they betrayed the emperor's trust, the consequences could be disastrous. The bedchamber, with its sense of privacy and intimacy, provided the perfect setting for these delicate exchanges where secrets could be shared and the future of the empire could be discussed with a level of honesty and trust not always possible in the public court. Historians continue to debate the role of secrets within the imperial court. Were these secrets merely a natural part of political life, or did they reveal a deeper level of mistrust and manipulation within the royal family and court? Some scholars argue that the emperor's secretive nature was a result of the complexity of court politics, where alliances were fragile and enemies lurked around every corner. Others suggest that the emperor's reliance on secrecy reflected a deeper insecurity as he tried to maintain control over both his personal life and the empire. Regardless of the motivations behind the secrecy, one thing is clear: the bedchamber was a space where secrets were not only kept, but actively cultivated. Moreover, the emperor's use of secrecy within the bedchamber was not limited to political matters. The bedchamber also played a role in the emperor's personal relationships and emotional life. There, the emperor could be vulnerable, revealing his true feelings about the pressures of rule, the demands of court life, and the personal cost of leadership. These emotional secrets were shared in the sanctuary of the bedchamber, where the emperor could confide in those he trusted most, including his empress. The bedchamber, though a site of political strategy and diplomacy, was also a place where the emperor could express his human side, sharing his personal struggles and challenges with his closest confidants. The idea of the royal bedchamber as a space for secrecy also extended to the emperor's legacy. Decisions about succession, The future of the dynasty and the direction of the empire were often made in secret away from the public eye. These decisions, sometimes made in whispered conversations between the emperor and his closest advisors, would go on to shape the empire's future for generations to come. The emperor's private space, with its doors closed and its curtains drawn, became the place where the future was secretly forged away from the grand halls and public ceremonies. Historians still debate the impact of secrecy on the emperor's legacy. Did the secrecy within the bedchamber ensure the stability of the empire, or did it contribute to instability and intrigue? Some argue that secrecy allowed the emperor to maintain control over the political landscape, preventing rivals from gaining an advantage. Others suggest that too much secrecy led to distrust within the court and left room for manipulation and betrayal. The emperor's use of secrecy in the bedchamber, much like his public acts, was a tool for both maintaining power and managing the complexities of leadership. As you settle down tonight, think about the role of secrecy in shaping the course of history. The royal bedchamber, often viewed as a place for rest and intimacy, was also a space where the emperor's most important decisions were made away from the public eye. In these quiet moments, alliances were formed. Dynasties were secured, and the fate of the empire was sealed in whispered words. The bedchamber, in all its privacy, held the secrets that would define the future. As we continue to explore the royal bedchamber, it's important to focus on one final yet crucial aspect of its role: the symbolism of the emperor's personal space. The bedchamber, while serving as a space of intimacy, diplomacy, and power plays, was also a potent symbol of the emperor's authority. Everything from the design of the room to the objects placed within it spoke volumes about the emperor's reign and his image. The bed, the furnishings, the tapestries, and even the rituals performed within the bedchamber were all part of a carefully constructed narrative about the emperor's power, divinity, and legitimacy. The bed itself, as the centerpiece of the room, was perhaps the most important symbol of the emperor's status. It was not just a piece of furniture for rest, it was an emblem of his royal authority. The size, design, and materials used in the emperor's bed were all carefully chosen to reinforce his power. The bed was often massive, ornate, and designed to reflect the grandeur of the empire. It was draped in rich fabrics, silk, velvet, and gold materials that were associated with royalty and wealth. The bed, towering over other pieces of furniture in the room, symbolized the emperor's elevated status as ruler and sovereign. When the emperor rested upon it, he wasn't merely taking a break. He was affirming his position as the highest authority in the empire. The bedchamber, too, was designed to reflect the emperor's political and spiritual standing. The tapestries on the walls, often depicting scenes of imperial victories, religious icons, and allegorical representations of the emperor's rule, reinforced the idea that the emperor was both a political and divine figure. These works of art were not just for decoration, they were visual affirmations of the emperor's legitimacy. They conveyed the message that the emperor's reign was not just a temporal authority, but a sacred trust divinely sanctioned. The presence of such symbolism in the bedchamber helped ensure that the emperor's power was not just seen in the public spaces of the court, but also in the most intimate and private of settings. Historians still debate the extent to which the emperor's personal space, including his bedchamber, was used as a tool for political power. Some argue that these symbolic elements were simply ornamental, meant to impress visiting dignitaries or foreign ambassadors. Others suggest that the emperor's personal space was a carefully curated environment, designed to project an image of imperial strength and divine right. The emperor's bed, draped in rich fabrics and adorned with symbols of power, was not just for personal comfort, it was a public statement of the emperor's authority, even in the most private moments of his life. The bedchamber, with its carefully chosen furnishings and decorations, was a microcosm of the empire itself, grand, powerful, and at times awe-inspiring. Moreover, the emperor's bedchamber was also a reflection of the court's political structure. Just as the emperor was at the center of the empire, his bed was placed in the center of the room, symbolizing his centrality in the court's power dynamics. The arrangement of the furniture in the bedchamber was often deliberate, with the bed positioned to give the emperor a sense of dominance over the space. The emperor's advisors, courtiers, and trusted servants would enter the room acknowledging the emperor's authority in the very way they interacted with the space. These carefully staged interactions in the emperor's private quarters reinforced the notion that the emperor's power extended into every part of the court, even into the most private and intimate spaces. The emperor's bedchamber, therefore, was not just a personal retreat. It was an extension of his royal persona, a space that reflected his public authority. Whether it was the ceremonial rituals performed within it, the symbolic furnishings that adorned it, or the way the emperor conducted his most important decisions in its privacy, the bedchamber was a space that underscored the emperor's power and divine right. Even in his moments of rest, the emperor was always surrounded by reminders of his elevated position, his control over the empire, and his connection to the divine. The empress's presence in the bedchamber was equally symbolic. As the emperor's consort, she shared not only the emperor's personal space, but also his political authority. Her role in the bedchamber was symbolic of the unity of the imperial family and the joint nature of their rule. The empress, while often seen as a passive figure in the royal court, had her own symbolic role in the bedchamber. She was a partner in the emperor's reign, and her presence reinforced the idea that the emperor's authority was not singular but shared with his consort. The bedchamber in this sense was a physical manifestation of the emperor and empress's shared responsibility for the empire. And it was within these walls that the future of the empire was often decided not just by the emperor alone, but by the imperial couple as a whole. As we reflect on the symbolism of the bedchamber, it's clear that this space was far more than just a room for sleeping. It was a symbol of the emperor's power, legitimacy, and divine right to rule. The emperor's bed, the tapestries that decorated the room, the rituals performed within it, all of these elements were carefully chosen to create an environment that affirmed the emperor's place at the top of the political and spiritual hierarchy. The bedchamber, then, was not just a private retreat. It was a public stage for the emperor's most important performances, even if those performances took place behind closed doors. Historians continue to debate how much of the emperor's power was a product of these symbolic elements in his personal space. Some argue that these symbols were essential to maintaining the emperor's authority, while others suggest that they were merely decorative, serving no real political purpose beyond creating a certain image of the emperor. Regardless of their true purpose, the bedchamber's symbolism remains clear. It was a space where the emperor's power was constantly affirmed, where his divine right to rule was reinforced, and where the future of the empire was shaped. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider the symbolism of your own private space. Just as the emperor's bedchamber reflected his power, authority, and legacy, so too do the spaces we inhabit serve as symbols of who we are and the lives we lead. The emperor's bedchamber, though grand and steeped in history, was a reminder that even the most intimate spaces carry deep meaning both personally and politically. As we near the end of our journey through the royal bedchamber, let's take a step back and reflect on the broader implications of this space for the political and cultural identity of the Holy Roman Empire. Throughout our exploration, we have seen that the bedchamber was not merely a place of rest, but a site of immense political, spiritual, and cultural significance. In many ways, the bedchamber was a microcosm of the empire itself, a space where the personal, the political, and the spiritual all intersected. At its core, the royal bedchamber represented the idea of sovereignty. It was a space where the emperor, as the supreme ruler of the empire, could both retreat from the pressures of court life and reaffirm his authority. The bed as the central piece of this room was a symbol not just of rest, but of the emperor's central role in the empire's governance. The emperor's private moments in the bedchamber, though often unseen by the court, were pivotal in maintaining the political order of the Holy Roman Empire. Here, decisions about succession alliances and military strategy were often made decisions that would shape the empire for generations to come. The bedchamber also served as a space for continuity. The rituals performed within it, such as the prayers and blessings, were a reminder that the emperor's rule was not only a political authority, but a divinely appointed position. These rituals, whether personal or ceremonial, reinforce the idea of the emperor as God's chosen representative on earth. The emperor's ability to navigate the complex balance of personal devotion and political leadership was central to maintaining his legitimacy. The bedchamber, in this sense, became a space where the emperor could renew his connection to the divine, ensuring that his reign was seen as a continuation of the sacred order that had been established centuries earlier. But beyond the emperor's personal role, the bedchamber was also a space where the imperial family's future was secured. It was here that heirs were conceived and nurtured, where the future rulers of the empire were prepared to assume their positions of power. The production of heirs was not just a personal or familial matter, it was a matter of political survival. The royal bedchamber, with its quiet importance, became a site of dynastic struggle and success, where the fate of the empire's future was decided. Through birth education and political maneuvering, the emperor and empress ensured that the dynasty would continue, that the Holy Roman Empire would remain strong and unified. Equally important was the bedchamber's role as a space of influence. It was in this private space that the emperor could connect with his most trusted advisors, share his most intimate concerns, and receive counsel on the issues of the day. These private moments, though hidden from the public eye, were critical in shaping the emperor's decisions. The advisors, ministers, and even the empress herself all played a role in these discussions. Whether the emperor sought advice on military campaigns, foreign diplomacy, or internal governance, the bedchamber became a space where these decisions were made with care, away from the pressures and distractions of the court. The bedchamber's role as a space of influence wasn't limited to the emperor's inner circle. Foreign dignitaries, ambassadors, and courtiers sometimes gained access to the emperor's most private space, hoping to gain favor or shape the direction of the empire. These encounters, though often informal, could have profound political consequences. The emperor's ability to navigate these diplomatic discussions, sometimes with the empress present, reinforced his role as both a ruler and a diplomat. The bedchamber became a place where alliances were formed and broken, where political influence was quietly exerted, and where the fate of the empire could be altered in a single conversation. At the same time, the bedchamber was also a place where the emperor's human side could be revealed. The vulnerability of illness, the moments of emotional reflection, and the struggles of leadership were all part of the emperor's experience in the bedchamber. These private moments, though seldom seen by the public, were a reminder that even the most powerful ruler had his limitations. The emperor's ability to manage these personal vulnerabilities to overcome the challenges of his reign was just as important as his political acumen. The bedchamber became a space where the emperor could retreat from the world, but it was also where he confronted his own weaknesses and reflected on his responsibilities as ruler. Historians often debate the impact of these personal moments in the bedchamber. Were they simply moments of rest and recovery, or did they play a more significant role in the emperor's leadership? Some argue that the bedchamber's privacy allowed the emperor to recharge and regain his focus, ensuring that he could continue to lead effectively. Others suggest that these private moments filled with vulnerability were crucial in shaping the emperor's decisions and relationships. Regardless of their interpretation, these private experiences in the bedchamber remind us that even the most powerful rulers had moments of doubt, struggle, and personal reflection. As we look back on the significance of the royal bedchamber, it's clear that this space was far more than a place of rest. It was the center of political power, a site of personal and dynastic continuity, a space of influence and diplomacy, and a place where the emperor's human vulnerability could be quietly acknowledged. The bedchamber, in all its complexity, was an integral part of the emperor's rule. It was here that the emperor's decisions were made, his legacy shaped, and his power affirmed. As you settle into your own bed tonight, think about how this space, the place where we sleep and reflect, can hold so much meaning. The emperor's bedchamber, though grand and far removed from everyday life, carried immense significance. It was the stage where history was written, where decisions were made that impacted an empire, and where the emperor's personal journey was intertwined with the fate of the world around him. As we approach the final stretch of our journey through the royal bedchamber, let's take a moment to reflect on the deeper, often unspoken role this space played in the broader political landscape of the Holy Roman Empire. While we've seen the bedchamber as a site for personal reflection, diplomatic dealings, familial legacy, and religious ritual, it's crucial to also recognize how it served as a stage for power struggles, some overt, others subtle. These quiet battles for control were as much about influence as they were about public image, and the bedchamber, as an intimate yet strategic space, became the epicenter of many pivotal moments in the empire's history. One of the most interesting aspects of the royal bedchamber was its role in the subtle power dynamics that shaped court life. As much as the emperor and empress were figures of political authority, the bedchamber was a space where their power could be contested in quiet, behind-the-scenes ways. Ministers, nobles, and advisors who were close to the emperor often used the bedchamber as a space for leveraging influence. These individuals had direct access to the emperor and empress, and through personal conversations and late-night discussions, they could shape decisions, steer alliances, or even sway the emperor's stance on key issues. In this regard, the bedchamber was not only a site for personal or familial decisions, it was also a space where political maneuvering took place, albeit in a more private and intimate setting. The emperor's closest advisors might enter the bedchamber with delicate matters to discuss with matters of state military affairs or foreign relations laid bare for the emperor's consideration. The emperor, while outwardly appearing to rest or engage in more personal rituals, would often receive counsel on the most critical matters of the empire. These sessions, though held in private, could result in decisions that had far reaching consequences for the empire, making the bedchamber a space where both public and private interests collided. Interestingly, the bedchamber also offered a space for dissent or rivalry to quietly simmer. In many cases, the emperor's closest allies were also his rivals vying for influence within the court. The bedchamber's privacy allowed for whispered conversations, secret plans, and power plays that often went unnoticed by the public. Court figures could seek private audiences with the emperor, knowing that they could speak candidly and freely without the watchful eyes of the wider court. Whether through persuasion or subtle manipulation, these individuals often used their access to the emperor in the bedchamber to build their power, positioning themselves as key players in the emperor's decision-making process. This dynamic of hidden power struggles also extended to the empress. While she was often seen as the emperor's consort and the mother of heirs, the empress's influence was often tested by the same forces that shaped the emperor's rule. The bedchamber as a shared space allowed the empress to influence her husband's decisions, but it also exposed her to the same political rivalries that marked the emperor's reign. Though she held considerable sway in private matters, the empress had to navigate the shifting allegiances and the complex power dynamics of the court. Her ability to maintain favor with the emperor, secure her children's future, and manage her own political alliances within the court was a delicate balancing act. The role of the empress in these political games can't be underestimated. While her influence in the public political sphere was often overshadowed by the emperor's decisions, her presence in the bedchamber allowed her to exercise power in more subtle ways. The empress's ability to mediate conflicts, act as an intermediary between rival factions, and advise the emperor in private, made her a pivotal figure in the political landscape of the court. Even when the emperor's political alliances shifted, the empress's role as a partner in governance gave her a unique position from which to wield influence. Historians still debate the extent to which the empress's role in the bedchamber was truly influential. Was she merely a passive observer of the emperor's decision-making, or did she actively shape the course of the empire? Some argue that the empress's influence was more symbolic as a mother and consort, while others contend that she played a more active role in shaping the emperor's policies. Regardless of the exact nature of her influence, it is clear that the bedchamber was a space where the emperor and empress could engage in political deliberations away from the prying eyes of the public. This private sphere, while seemingly removed from the formalities of the court, was where much of the power that governed the empire was negotiated. Similarly, the relationship between the emperor and his advisors was marked by this quiet, often understated rivalry. The emperor's closest ministers and officials often competed for favor, using their access to the emperor in the bedchamber as a means to further their own agendas. These advisors could act as gatekeepers to the emperor, controlling the flow of information and shaping the emperor's understanding of the world outside the bedchamber. Their influence over the emperor's decisions could be significant, as they were often tasked with advising the emperor on matters ranging from military strategy to foreign diplomacy. In many cases, these advisors were not just political allies, but also personal friends of the emperor. The bedchamber, as a space where trust was paramount, allowed these relationships to deepen and solidify. The emperor's vulnerability in the bedchamber, particularly during moments of illness or personal doubt, made him more reliant on these advisors who could provide counsel in ways that the emperor might not have trusted others. The closeness of these relationships, however, also made them fragile, as the same trust that allowed advisors to wield influence also opened the door for potential betrayal. Historians continue to investigate the degree to which these private power struggles in the bedchamber influenced the broader politics of the empire. Were these rivalries an inevitable part of court life? Or did they contribute to moments of instability and crisis within the empire? Some argue that these private power struggles were essential in maintaining the balance of power within the court, ensuring that no single faction could dominate. Others suggest that these rivalries, hidden behind the curtains of the royal bedchamber, were a source of constant tension, undermining the emperor's ability to rule effectively. As you lie back tonight, think about the hidden struggles for power that played out in private spaces often unseen by the world. The royal bedchamber, while seemingly a place of rest and intimacy, was also a space where the emperor's decisions were shaped by quiet rivalries, subtle manipulation, and deeply personal alliances. These moments of political maneuvering, often overlooked by history, were integral to the emperor's ability to rule. And in this private space, the future of the Holy Roman Empire was often determined not by grand speeches or public proclamations, but by the quiet power struggles that took place behind closed doors. As we reach the final section of our journey through the royal bedchamber, let's take a moment to step back and consider the profound legacy this space left behind. While we've explored the bedchamber as a place of power, vulnerability, secrecy, and ritual, it's also important to recognize its lasting impact on the perception of leadership in the Holy Roman Empire and beyond. The emperor's bedchamber, with its mixture of public symbolism and private power dynamics, shaped not only the emperor's reign, but also the way future rulers would perceive the delicate balance of personal and political life. Throughout history, the royal bedchamber has often been romanticized as a place of intimacy and personal connection. However, as we've seen, the bedchamber in the Holy Roman Empire was far more than just a private space. It was a strategic center where the emperor's power was consolidated, where decisions of great political significance were made, and where the future of the empire was quietly shaped. The emperor's ability to maintain control over both his personal relationships and the larger political landscape depended on how he navigated the complex interactions that took place in this room. The emperor's bedchamber, as a microcosm of the empire, reflected the tension between public perception and private authority. In public, the emperor was expected to project an image of strength, decisiveness, and unshakable authority. But in the privacy of his bedchamber, he could reveal his vulnerabilities, his fears, his doubts, and his personal struggles. This space allowed the emperor to retreat from the pressures of court life, yet it was also a site where those pressures were often intensified. The quiet conversations that took place here were sometimes the most important moments in the emperor's life, shaping not only the future of the empire but also the emperor's sense of self. The empress, too, played a key role in shaping the legacy of the bedchamber. While often seen as a passive figure in the public sphere, the empress was intimately involved in the private affairs of the court. Her role in the bedchamber, whether as a partner in governance or as a mother of heirs, was central to the political stability of the empire. The empress's influence was felt not just in the intimate moments she shared with her husband, but in the larger political and cultural landscape of the empire. Her involvement in the bedchamber's dynamics, both as a participant in personal rituals and as a strategic advisor, reinforced the idea that the royal family was a unified force, working together to ensure the empire's survival and prosperity. In considering the legacy of the royal bedchamber, we cannot ignore its symbolic power. The emperor's bed, the tapestries, the furnishings, all were designed not just for comfort, but for reinforcement of imperial authority. The bedchamber, as a space of both personal and public significance, became a symbol of the emperor's divine right to rule. The emperor's ability to maintain his authority in such an intimate space where personal and political lives intertwined became a key aspect of his legacy. The emperor, who could command respect in the grand halls of the court and in the privacy of his bedchamber, was seen as a true sovereign one whose power was unassailable. Yet the bedchamber also highlighted the fragility of this power. The emperor's physical health, his emotional well-being, and the relationships he maintained within the bedchamber all played a crucial role in the empire's stability. The bedchamber, while a symbol of authority, was also a reminder that the emperor, despite his divine right to rule, was still human. It was in the bedchamber that the emperor's vulnerability could be seen most clearly, whether through illness, aging, or emotional struggle. These moments, though often private, shaped the emperor's leadership and the perception of his reign. The bedchamber then was not just a space for rest, but a space for reflection where the emperor confronted the personal costs of his power. Looking back on the role of the royal bedchamber, it's clear that it was a space where the emperor's power was both affirmed and tested. It was here that the emperor's legacy was quietly crafted through decisions made in secret alliances, formed in whispers, and personal struggles played out in the quiet solitude of the room. The emperor's ability to balance the demands of the court with his private moments of reflection was crucial to maintaining his authority. And the empress, too, played a significant role in ensuring the continuity of the dynasty and the stability of the empire. The royal bedchamber's lasting legacy lies in its reminder that power is not solely a public affair. It is shaped by the private moments, the vulnerabilities, and the personal connections that occur in spaces like the bedchamber. The emperor's reign, though played out on the public stage, was deeply influenced by the intimate and private spaces where decisions of great significance were made. The bedchamber, with its mix of public performance and private reflection, was the stage upon which the future of the empire was set into motion. As you prepare for rest tonight, think about the hidden power of your own private space. Just as the emperor's bedchamber was a space of personal vulnerability and political power, so too are our personal spaces filled with meaning and potential. The royal bedchamber, though removed from our everyday lives, serves as a reminder that our private moments, the decisions we make in solitude, and the relationships we cultivate behind closed doors can shape not only our own lives, but the future of those around us.